panties.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Star Wars, or the Star Wars, the Nar'Shadaa
Welcome to the
Shuffle.
Star Wars.
Welcome to
The
the
Star
Star
Wars.
Wars. We're actually going to have a giant war right now. Prepare yourselves.
Grandpa. The Star Wars, eh?
The Star Wars.
Back in my day, you fought in the Star Wars?
We had to walk uphill in the snow both ways just to get to the Star Wars.
Welcome. How are you all doing today?
Have you ever slept inside of a tauntaun?
It sounds warm, actually.
Yeah, no.
You gotta get your air through a straw coming out of its abdomen.
That's
I
gross.
want to save my friend. You know that's what that's that's all Han Solo's just like, I want to save my friend. Put him in a tauntaun.
That's why
I forgot that Star Wars had a sequence that taught you how to survive with a pack animal if you're lost in the frozen wilderness.
just pull out your lightsaber that you have. And open.
Ice them open and climb inside.
Yeah, just goop your way in. It's great. Yeah, you're good. Seal it back
Wait,
up.
lightsabers are warm. That like this. What you wouldn't need to be in a taunt. You could just light the lightsaber and then sit
Yeah,
there.
but if
and
you
you'd
fall
be...
asleep and it...
I don't
mean, yeah,
think
you
that
gotta
they
be
actually
careful.
give off heat though. I think it because
But,
of like the way that they pseudo scientifically explain them with like it creating a magnetic field. I don't think there's like except for when it hits you, I don't think it gives off a lot
Did
of
you
heat.
see the
Well,
person who actually
May-
made
yeah,
one?
maybe it's
That's a proto
specifically-
saber, which is not exactly a lightsaber. The proto saber comes before the lightsaber.
But
This
yeah,
guy-
it's
this
the
guy knows
closest
his
we can
stuff.
get. We like time is a loop or something. With the distant past to Star Wars, we're getting to lightsabers.
We are. It's cool. They're very slow, but they...
I mean, we have that retractable proto saber, which is legit cool.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
also guns.
yeah.
Jesse's like, I could just stay further away from you.
Yeah, some
and
guy's
just-
like,
But it's so
okay,
uncivilized.
cool, dude.
Come on, man. We need to get rid of the hierarchy pollution of ammunition and gunpowder.
Yeah, if we could just get back to a place where man fought man with ignited proto saber instead of these bullets. Oh, yeah. A more civilized time. Hold on, let me put my backpack on.
I mean, I imagine it would reduce violence because you wouldn't have the disassociation that you have from the distance that you shoot a weapon of such.
Wait, are we
Like-
going back to like the old school style where we all line up and we're like, all right, you guys ready on that side? Let's go.
No, I'm talking we could reduce violence by making it have to be hand to hand. It requires a little more.
This
We
rise on
could
nerd
reduce
on nerd.
violence by like just talking and not fighting.
There's also that. Yeah.
Nerd! Maggie, I don't think we're gonna agree on this. Fighting is what we do.
But you could
It's
also
ingrained
challenge
in
someone
our
to a proto saber
animalistic
duel.
instincts.
Yeah. How else am I gonna assert dominance without igniting my lightsaber upon you?
Or humping your leg. Come on.
Right. Both roughly the same equivalent.
What?
Both are the
Dogs,
same.
they do that. They hump the leg to tell you that
Okay,
I'm a
I was like,
killer.
where did that come from?
Well, you know, don't kink shame. Welcome to
Wait,
the
I thought
Nar'Shadaa
we were
Shuffle, everybody.
fighting, not... Oh my gosh. What happened?
You were supposed to control this, and
Okay,
you were
sorry. All
like,
right, reel it
no
back in.
hands on the wheel today, everybody.
I don't mind a little
That is-
pre-show. If you like after shows, this is usually how our after shows go. But of course,
Tyler's a lover, not a fighter. That's it.
yeah, something like that.
What?
don't know.
I don't know how we got to that, but I'm
We're
confused
talking
now.
about humping people's legs. That's why.
That's a certain
There's- there's
dominance. That's what
alternatives.
dogs do.
Yeah, that's not about love.
Come on.
It's not about.
Asserting dominance. You know,
Oh,
biting
no.
Dog
ears,
doesn't
the
love you
same
when your
thing.
dog does that. That's not.
No, no.
That's exactly what I was thinking. I'm like, no, Snoopy loves me when he does that. That's his way of showing me.
Davis, your dog doesn't love you. No, I'm just kidding. Sorry, that's what they're telling us right now.
Snoopy's over there like, I love you, dude.
I love you.
Now, Davis, you have to
You
show us
are
the
my
puppy.
minion.
Snoopy.
Puppy.
Snoopy
puppy,
is-
puppy.
I just do I just say his name and he looks up at me all the time. So when that happened
Oh,
with
he's like
Grogu,
Grogu.
no, I was like, that's a dog. That's not a person. That's a dog.
Yeah.
Aw. Fine, I
he's
tried
right.
everybody.
dear.
Yay.
We need to make. We've got to put in the contract. If you have pets, we must see them once a stream.
Wait, hold on. Can
Tell
we
him
get
that joke
Snoop's
you know.
eyes directly in camera? Snoopy's eyes are the most
What's this?
Got
Oh,
my
hey
pet
there.
right here.
Oh,
Snoopy,
what a
come here.
cutie.
Snoopy always looks a little sad.
Yeah.
Oh.
They're just like,
Like
this
a
is
little
now happening
nervous
to
and
me.
uncomfortable.
This
What
is my
happening
life.
to me?
He's not a lap
reminds me
dog.
of-
He doesn't know how to be like he's looking and now he's gone. He like doesn't know what to do on a lap.
Oh, that's like my
He just, like,
my cat.
sits.
One of my cats, George, does the same thing. He just sits there and he's like, "What is happening?"
And then he went and got this.
Oh,
Oh, he caught it. I heard the chomp.
Yeah, he's an incredible athlete.
He looks like this is
Did
fine.
not get it from me.
Is he NFL cool? Sorry. Sorry.
They'd be like, you know what? All those
Doesn't
guys?
even-
No, but that dog.
There's
Some
something
other
about
dog.
him.
Let's recut
Hey.
this whole thing.
Hey, Airbud was almost NFL cool. Let's be real.
Oh,
viewers, if you're worrying that you're missing context, don't worry, you are.
Oh my god, sorry. All right,
There-
I'll reel it back in. Go ahead.
There also, real quick, there was an Airbud Golden Receiver movie.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
I didn't know that he branched out.
Yeah.
Yep.
It was one of the classic Air Bud movies. Eventually, there were children. Air Bud had kids, and they played probably hockey or something.
There,
You know?
there was baseball. There was
Yeah.
football. There was.
Wait, really?
How Bud
Yep.
plays baseball
I
is
have
beyond
not
me.
seen
I
any
don't
of
know how he
these.
swings that bat. Who knows? But it's great.
Do we need to run an RPG show where we're like dogs playing sports?
You're all dogs playing sports.
All
Yes.
dogs play sports.
That sounds good to me.
Oh my god.
As long as we're playing shuffleboard and we're old dogs.
Oh, you gotta have like that
But-
old dogs.
But the RPGs, you have to explain your character backstory is the sport you used to play before.
Yes, like it. All right.
Yeah.
Oh my god. All right. I'll reel it back in. So big thank you to our supporter today, Ashley the Dice Dragon. That's like an epic title. Jeez. Thank you, Ashley. Isley. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right.
maybe-
It's
Astley?
it's
Ass
AIS
Play.
Slay. Yeah, it's like
Ass.
My guess is it's
Ashley?
Aisley.
Ashley?
Aisley.
Or
Isley.
it could-
Aisley? Aisley sounds more like
Aisley
I
sounds
was
right.
thinking Aisley, yeah.
Yeah.
Ashley.
But
Ashley.
But
I was
ass
thinking Ashley.
slay. But ass slay. Let's be real. All right.
That's my PS. That's my PSN
Ashley.
account.
There you go.
It's pronounced the same
It's
as
pronounced
Ashley. There you
okay. See, so I had it right the
Okay.
first time. I should have stuck with my intuition.
Astley is not even remotely close to anyone's name.
No, I said Ashley first, and then I said Ashley.
But it could be a nickname, Jesse.
It's my PlayStation account. Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you, Ashley, for the support. Get some roll love in chat if you would like to support us as well. But then we'll be talking a little bit more about that. But you can become a legend tier above on patreon.com/rollforit. And of course, out on Patreon right now, we have our Hodges sheet. There's some interesting little sneak peeks of his sheet. If you're watching our VTM show, you'll definitely want to go check that out. If you're interested in how Roll For It is run, we just put up our, November recap, but it's our end of the year recap. I think it's a bit long, but we talk a lot about this year as well as November and also going into the next year. Lots of cool stuff that we have planned. We have plans, you guys. Stay tuned. And of course, we have our Star Wars character sheet. So if you would like to play any of our lovely characters, you can go over there and snag them up. And of course, we have a holiday surprise coming up, so definitely go get your addresses in there. We'll probably keep that open until. We might be wrapping up here shortly, but we might keep it open a little longer because we're still waiting on the art for it as well. It's really cute. That's all I'm going to say. Sneak peeks. And then also, we have a holiday surprise episode happening on December 19th. I'm going to put that up on the screen. Santa RPG. So if you like anime and Christmas together, this is the show for you. It is our holiday made RPG special. It will be 10 a.m. PT, 6 p.m. GMT, right here, twitch.tv/rollforit on December 19th, 2020, with me. I'm GMing. It's going to be great.
Have you figured out the cast for it without telling anybody?
We did. We're going to be announcing the cast throughout the week. So stay tuned for that. We're just waiting for contracts to be signed, but going to be
Is
be
it
fun.
called Sleigh Bells?
It is not sleigh bells, but that is pretty great. It might be an episode where there might be some sleigh bells needed.
I don't even know what that means.
I know, and it's great. Tyler was on last year's episode, and it was crazy, right?
Yep.
It's basically like if Christmas was an anime show. That is what's happening. So if that interests you, you should definitely come tune in. This will be our third in the series. The GM tier, or not GM tier, the Legend tier folks just did their campaign that's going to affect the episode. And it's ridiculous. So shit went down. It's going to be awesome.
I still don't know what happened to Clove.
I know what happened to Clove. Also, my notifications are on my screen. So someone subscribe to my channel or something.
I saw it, but it didn't register in the brain because it was in the context
backwards.
of on your camera.
Yeah.
I just
I'm
was
like,
what
I've
is
seen
on my
Maggie streams.
screen
This is
right
normal.
now?
I'm like, wait a minute. What's this doing here?
And of course, coming soon, we'll have our Ascension guest sheets, and we'll be announcing the rest of the cast. So stay tuned for all of that jazz. And I'll toss it over to Bentham to see how you could support us in other ways, and then we'll get this shuffle going.
So a whole bunch of different ways you can support your Roll For It, but the main way is via Patreon. That's how we keep the lights on, do all the cool things that we do. And there's a whole bunch of different tiers there that give you a whole bunch of different rewards. Some of them were mentioned by Maggie, but there's MP3s of all of our shows. After shows, we record after every show. We talk about what happened in the show or go off on random tangents about other things. You can get character sheets, both of the players and of ally NPCs and enemies that we fight and all that kind of thing. Other behind the scenes secret GM gubbins that the GMs give us. And you can watch the monthly recaps where the admins talk about the events of the previous month and go into kind of more of the how we do the things, how we make the stuff happen, and submit NPC names that can get used randomly throughout our campaigns as well. And also, if you're crazy, you can support at Legend tier, which gives you access to a once monthly game gen by a member of the Roll For It cast. We've got two different options for this month. We just had Maggie's Santa RPG game. And then Little Red Dot is running the Aliens RPG, which is, super festive, right?
I think
Totally
she's doing
fits.
it Christmas themed too. She said something about that.
Okay.
Yesterday.
Maybe it's set at Christmas. It's like Alien / Die Hard. It's like it doesn't need to be at Christmas, but it is. You can call it a Christmas movie. That's
Exactly.
But Alien, sure.
Somebody brings an alien egg to the White Elephant gift exchange.
Oh no, that's how it starts. I'm excited to hear how that goes. There's also other places in which you can support us too. Over on Twitch, you can drop us bits. They will appear in the cup, and then Jesse will eat them or something. You can also give us tips to
I
look
never
around
know.
the stream.
The problem is it's too late. I never know. By the time I see the bits on the thing, they've already fallen, and I look like an idiot.
Yeah.
There's got to be like a bing bang, so I can go.
All right, Jesse, prepare yourself. Are you ready?
Okay, I'm prepared.
All right. Hold on. Is it gonna
Actually,
be...
great to watch
Oh.
with.
It was in the
get it?
middle and you missed it.
Yeah.
Now I look even
Wait,
stupider.
oh yeah, no. Oh, you leaned right over.
Now I look even stupider. Oh,
It's okay,
man.
Jesse. 5-second bit rule.
5 second roll just like. Oh my God. I love it.
Gotta get them bits.
Killed it. Yeah, you can also.
Them biddies, big ones and little ones.
I love Biddy. Little bit.
You can also send us tips. They'll appear on the screen. We'll read them out at the end of the show to thank you for being awesome and supporting the episode. And of course, you can become a Twitch subscriber, which gives you emotes and badges and immediate access to our Twitch VODs, because normally we have those private and then the streams go up on YouTube 24 hours after the show. Over on YouTube, you can become a YouTube member, which gives you emotes and badges over there and all that kind of stuff. And being a YouTube member, Twitch subscriber, Patreon supporter, let you join our Discord, where you can hang out with us and other fans of the show and chat about all the things. We love to see what people are thinking there and what kind of shows they want to see. And occasionally people get into arguments about what sequel they should have next. There's camps, there's like factions who are like Layla the Vampire season 3, and then other people are like Pirates of the Broken Sky season 2. They're a small but very, very motivated group. They really want
Be careful what you ask for, though, because when we did the Layla thing, then they started doing a Buffy remake. When we did Stargate, they then did a Stargate remake. We did Apocalypse World, and a pandemic happened.
Whoa.
So-
And this is why we must never play a Firefly RPG. We
Just
must
like,
preserve the sanctity of the one season of Firefly. We can't ruin it by having it be remade.
into like a
It's
movie or
important.
something, because that'd be stupid.
Can you guys can we do an RPG that like brings goodness to the world somehow? Like can we
Aw.
reverse that instead of having, you're pre-leading into a pandemic or
Well, we did do like Steven Universe, and we tried to do nice ones. Although even our cheese quest turned out to be a little horrifying. It was supposed to be like this really wholesome show, and then, yeah, go watch it. It's great.
1,000-yard stare.
We've seen some shit, you guys.
Slaughter on levels never before seen on Roll for It.
I think it's the biggest massacre that has happened on Roll For It, and it's on like the most wholesome show.
All of those poor ants. Anyway, yes, you can also support us just by being here, just by watching the show, and also engaging with all the things that the algorithms like, which we super appreciate. People have been doing a lot recently on YouTube, and I love how creative people are with algorithm appeaseements in the YouTube comments as well. So yeah, we super appreciate just like talking in the chat, talking in the comments, talking to us in other places, leaving us reviews on Facebook. Someone will care about those probably. We read them anyway.
I care. I respond to every post that has ever talked about a Roll For It. So if you post, I will talk to you. So if you do the thing, need some friendship, I'm here for you.
Yeah, if you do the thing, odds are we'll see it and appreciate the support. But yeah, do that, and also bring along your friends as well. See if they're also into it, because you never know. Your friends may have like never really encountered tables of RPG shows and might love it, like me. That's all the things.
Jesse, take it away, but don't kill me.
I will try not to.
Yeah, right.
I've got some different ideas about what's about to happen, and they don't all involve survival.
You started this season or this campaign with telling us that you had a grudge with me for leaving you in a space box.
I would never do that. I would, Maggie.
Sure.
Come on.
This is why you always get me shot in.
I would
Secret
never
Hitler.
do that
I'm
to
innocent, I
you
swear.
specifically. Okay.
yeah, see,
Let's
I
do this
wouldn't
thing.
lock you in a space box. Just
Thank you. I believe that. I believe that. Okay.
Really? You believe Tyler wouldn't do that?
I would poke air holes in that space box for you, Jesse. That's what I would
believe
do
that.
for
I
you.
believe that too. Yeah, Maggie wasn't very considerate when she locked me in space for all eternity.
You were
Anyway,
trying to take us all out.
I was trying to kill you and make clones of myself with your corpses, please.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Oh heck yeah!
Exactly.
I volunteer.
All right. If you'd be so kind, all of you, if you could roll your destiny for me so we can start this bad
All
boy.
right.
Oh yeah,
Go. Light side. Light side. Light side.
nice.
I think we have one
And
more.
One more.
We need a
Light
there we go.
side. Yes.
Yeah.
Nailed
I
it,
love you
Baby.
Sorry, I had to
5
find
light
where it
side
was.
points.
Reverse of last episode. Also, that's twice I have double light side. I'm very proud of myself.
So we
Be a
save him
Jedi.
till the end, and then we use them all at once, and then it's over. That's the
We
strategy.
might need them immediately.
Maybe we
We're,
might
Jedi.
need them early.
Okay.
I might
yeah, we're
need them
currently
early,
in a
that's true.
Sabak game with the guy we're trying to steal from. We
Yeah.
might need the light side immediately.
We're not in the Sabat game, right?
I am.
Didn't he
Ooh,
motion you over?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was
yeah,
like,
Oh, wait.
sure.
Yeah, everyone
on.
left, and it was just him, and he's like, "Come sit down and play."
Hold on. Now I'm concerned. I mean, I'm happy because it was a
69, nice.
but I'm upset because all he had to do was get it like it.
69.
Something
I think
low
that
enough to
means
affect us.
I think that means that someone's thing is like
Great. All right.
because we all took extra.
Yeah, but yours got
obligations.
reduced after the succeeding it the first time. So
Oh, did mine? Wait, I didn't reduce it if it was.
I think just on Jesse's end he reduces like the.
Don't worry.
range.
You're
Yeah.
fine.
So I just leave the magnitude the same on my
I
sheet.
just need to know what yours are.
Okay.
Okay. Episode 3, the Nar'Shadaa Shuffle. On the twinkling hot moon of Nar'Shadaa, A plan has been hatched by 4 unlikely allies. Hired by the crime boss Hex to V's to secure a lost shipment of Beskar, they find themselves caught up in far more than they bargained for. With the help of their contact, Dash Barand, they discover that the man they're looking for, Marcus Singh, delivered the stolen metal to an Arcanian casino tycoon, Arcanian casino tycoon, Thandevin Sar. But this is just the start of their problems. Sar intends to pay off the Empire to leave Nar'Shadaa alone. But the Beskar was intended for the Pike Syndicate. Now, stuck between 2 opposing crime factions, and with little choice, Quill, Garsun, and Thoda must find the Beskar and find a way out. All right. Last time, we had our 2 brawlers beat their way through the lower cities of Nar'Shadaa and end up going back to the ship to do what exactly? Like, what you go back to the ship? What is your what are you doing there?
Gar's napping.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Okay.
Quill is gonna try and use whatever supplies are still on the ship to heal himself, and also nap, probably locked in that room.
Yeah. During this time, you well, I'll let you decide. What is your total wounds?
I
Quill?
have 3 wounds.
Okay.
My total that I can take is 12.
What do you have, Gar?
Gar has 10 of a possible 14 wounds.
You have 10 wounds?
Yeah, you took 10.
Stuff was being thrown.
All
It
right.
got crazy for Gar.
You were almost dead.
I almost passed out on a speeder or a swoop,
Okay.
whatever
You
we
could
were
have
on.
been dead.
So for the sake of time passage, I'll say
No, sorry. 2 wounds, 10 strain.
Okay,
I'm an idiot.
Okay. Woo.
Okay.
All right. Yeah. So
Very few wounds.
I will say, because the wounds aren't too bad. If you stay in the ship and just like simmer down, I'll let you recover all of that.
Ooh.
But what are you doing while you're there? Like, while you're inside, are you just sleeping? Like, what are you doing? Just so I have some idea of where to set you up at.
Go for it.
Go ahead, Davis.
I mean, his Gar's bed is just the table in the main area. So
Yeah.
I mean, I imagine he'd crack a drink if they have one and tend to some wounds, and then just lay out and wait for something to happen.
Okay.
Quill.
I'll hide those 2 characters. Boop, over there.
Yeah.
What does that
What
mean?
are you doing, Quill?
I want to check the scanners, and I'll probably radio through the comms.
Yeah.
Oh,
go-
now he's talky.
who are you trying to radio?
Obviously, the one that can actually receive a radio, because we have that great man who can't hear, he can hear a radio,
I mean,
but he can't respond.
I can hear what you're saying. I just can't respond.
Sure.
So I'm radioing Sun.
Yeah, you start to ping her on the comms, and then we cut to the loud noises and laughter and jingling sounds of a casino floor, and we are up above on this sort of floating balcony, and across from you, Sun, is a pale-skinned, white-haired gentleman with slight facial scarring, who is wearing a very elegant sort of Star Wars-y suit, if one such thing can exist. And flanking him are these 2 giant droids. And he points to the table. He's like, please join me.
She elegantly walks to the table. Takes a seat.
As you walk to the table, you hear bong, bong, bong loudly from one of your pockets.
Is this like my comms?
Yeah.
I'll be like, it appears I have a call, if you don't mind me taking this really quickly.
Is it important?
Well, I'm not sure. I have to answer to know that.
Well, by all means, do so.
Answer. I'm like, what you need?
On your end, Quill, you hear like yeah, like in the background. It's very loud and noisy, and you hear, "What do you need?"
Where in the hell are you? That's so loud over there.
I'm at the casino.
Oh, right. Anyway, access acquired.
Great. I'm in the middle of something.
Oh, well. Anyway,
Hang up on you. It appears it wasn't that important after all. And she like says that too and sits down at the table.
Yeah, he looks at you and he goes, I take it was a man of some sort.
It always is a man of some sort, isn't it?
It always is.
Oh, this
Well,
thing's broken.
Yeah,
I'm gonna turn off my notifications.
swipe. Yeah, Quill, you don't get through. She like hangs up on you.
I don't hang up, but it's just like silenced or whatever if I can.
Okay. What do you do?
I'll go to Gar and just say, well, I guess she's in the middle of something, but she knows we have the card.
Do you have any? Are you just gonna stick around there? Is that your plan for a little bit then?
I'll stick around in like the cockpit, checking on scanners or anything else to
Okay.
make sure stuff isn't like around the ship. Nobody's coming to attack us or commandeer us. Or...
Yeah. Back in the casino, Thona, you are seeing what it's a pretty dangerous situation. You don't know that it could lead to danger, but right now it's the two of you alone with this guy and two giant droids designed to murder people. Do you do anything, or are you just gonna let Soon ride this one out?
I don't know that there's much Athona can do apart from just hope it doesn't go wrong.
Okay.
I'm a medic. I can help once the bad things happen. I can't really. I mean, I'll be close to some
You don't believe
ready
in preventative care?
Davis.
Are you?
Yeah,
all
you
right,
need to give
look,
her vaccines for whatever virus or bacteria.
He
could
already
be in that
did. He
room.
already gave her a shot.
Yeah,
of
he juiced
some
me up.
sort.
I've got 5 presents right now.
Yeah. Okay. So, you sit down before this guy, and he shuffles these sabacc cards in front of you, and he says, "So, how much shall we play for?"
I have. What was the amount that I had? Like 16. Oh, it was like 16 or 1712, right? What would I know is like the normal high stakes amount?
I don't know. I mean, you could check and see what if you would know,
Ooh,
but
okay.
you didn't do like a what is the high stakes in this casino?
Gotcha. Is that could lore be that, or is it education?
I would take education or maybe underworld.
Today, kids, we're learning about what a buy-in is at a casino.
I look to my companion. I'm like, he normally handles how much gets put on the table. And I look to Athona. This is all on you, Athona. Go for it. You're the int person. You would know these things, not me.
Yeah, what's the role for this then?
Education, he said, or
Okay.
underworld was the other.
You can take an underworld role if you know that.
I'll go for education. I'm way better at that.
Great.
Let's do it.
Yes.
Nailed
3
it.
success and 1 triumph.
Well, I'll tell you this. Your successes let you know that it's a 2,000 credit buy-in. What are you going to spend your triumph on?
Oh no. Negotiate to get down?
Well, how are you going to do that?
I have an idea, if I can help.
I mean, sure, but like, what are you going to do for this particular role that will help your team?
You could trick him and say it's for bragging rights and make it 1 credit. Make it about moxie than it is about money.
Right, but my question is, how is Thona specifically going to do this?
Yeah, Athona's
Okay, I
responding.
think. How's my persuade? Is this gonna go wrong?
I could assist you. Potentially.
Well, I mean, you have you have, I mean, you can persuade him with a separate roll, but you have this triumph. So, like, in what way do you intend to use the triumph? before we
Okay,
move
yeah,
on?
yeah. No, I like that angle. I think I think Ithona will look to our friend and say, well, at this sort of level, the money no longer really matters. Really, it's more about who's the best player.
Yeah, he looks at you and
Hmm.
he realizes that you can talk into his head. And he says, "Oh, what a strange companion." And he now is way more focused on him than you, son.
When he says that, I'm like, yeah, I do enjoy having different types of people around, you know?
Yes.
Brings you more culture. But I like this idea, is how about we play to see who's the best?
Oh, I like this idea too. You see, I too enjoy having strange, unique people around me. And he looks back at you, Athona, and says, how about we do this? We play for him.
Well, he's not mine to give.
Yes, but... And he points to the two droids. He's mine to take.
I look at Ith and I'm like, and I look back at him and I'm like, and I look at the two droids and I go, all right then, shall we play? She leans forward.
Yeah, and he begins to play you, and the entire time is kind of side-adding,
Sorry,
like
yes.
side-eyeing you, Ithona. And you can't tell why. Like, he's just, I mean, you can perceive why maybe, but he is literally just like looking at you as a valuable resource.
He probably thinks that you can go in people's heads in other ways.
I mean, he knows.
Yeah, well,
you
yeah,
can go
like
people's
I'm
heads.
deliberately not mentioning whether or not I can read minds.
Maggie,
Yeah,
remember,
no, this is
we're-
fine. Ithona's been one in a Sabat game before. This is nothing new.
We're
It's like
cash
Baby
poor,
Yoda.
but we're light side rich. So just remember that in the next coming minutes.
It's true.
Oh
it's
yeah,
true.
yeah. I know.
I
I'm
feel like
definitely gonna use some light side points. If we didn't get any this episode, I was like, this is gonna be so hard.
I feel like Ith became Baby Yoda on our squad right now.
Yeah.
That he's just like
Everyone
a pawn
wants-
in this
wants
game.
Baby
Everybody
I have
wants
become
Ith.
the MacGuffin.
Wait, if you say Ith, does he look up with loving eyes?
Every time. It's weird. It's like, yeah. every time.
It's still his same face.
He's
Actually,
not
it's
cute.
it's
Well,
kind of
yeah, no,
creepy,
it's
but
just
it's
a
like
completely
cute
blank
creepy.
expression. But I
Well,
love
did
it.
you guys-
You have a face for Sabak.
Did you guys see the
wouldn't put it.
the fan art that
Yeah.
was made?
Oh yeah, yeah.
It's so good.
I'll put it in
It's
the
cool.
in the Twitch chat too if you guys didn't see it. But it's so good. Thank you, Mia. Mia always makes amazing fan art for us.
Love it.
Figure I'll give you the mono stare down shot that you can have this, even though
Ooh.
just in case something goes wrong and you have to start blasting.
This guy's
You're
like
now-
ivory.
Oh, do I need to switch to a scene?
It's beautiful.
Yeah, you're on
Okay.
this. You're on this scene.
There we go.
Ooh, okay. Ooh, is that what he
Alright.
looks like?
That's what he looks like. Yes.
Cool. He looks very serious.
He is very serious.
He is a Greek god statue just moving.
That's
in
like
the
what
light.
Arcane,
Yeah,
like
they
that's
do
what they
look
look
like
like.
that.
He's
That's
just
they're
got
like,
big Vegeta energy.
Yeah.
Always
Yeah.
angry.
Yeah.
Okay. So the way we're gonna do this is because the rules of Sabak are different and terrible, and no one cares.
Also, now I'm scared because you're all like
What do you mean? Why are
putting
you
me
scared?
on this like
Maggie,
combat screen.
Maggie, why are you? What do you mean? Why are you scared? So the way we're gonna play this is we're going to use the 4 skills that a Sabak player can use. These would be charm, deception, and skullduggery as our things, and then to round it off, streetwise, just in case.
Oh,
And so those are going to be the 4 things that we'll use for Sabak to play.
okay.
Each round, you can choose what you want to use, but then I get to choose my defense of that, and the higher roll wins.
Okay. I think I'm gonna go with charm.
Great. Try to charm me if you would be so kind. This is your first hand,
Okay.
and you're playing like a very charming game.
Yeah. Looking to see if I have anything that I would want. And nope, I just get the minus black die, but I already have that set up. Okay. No, I've got nothing else, so we rolling it. Let me know when you're ready on
Roll,
your side.
go for it.
I'm gonna
ready.
use the light side point, I think, right? Everybody?
Okay.
Should I?
Use that. Give me that force point.
Or should I wait?
Oh, you should definitely give it to me.
What do you guys think?
How many?
We only have another 3.5
Hey.
hours. Give it to me.
How many
Maggie.
hands of
You
Sabak
said
are
4
there?
rolls, right? We're doing 4
There's
rolls.
gonna be 4 total
Technically,
rolls.
you could
each
use a
one for
light
the-
side for each one, and then we could give Jesse a bunch of black die to screw us over afterwards. It's
Yeah,
your call,
that's
but
what's gonna happen probably.
I
Why
don't
would I?
think we want to lose Ith, but at the same time,
That's actually how my character feels because she doesn't know him that well, and she's also a terrible person. So
we could get him back somehow. We'll figure it out. If we lose him, it's side quest, extra side quest.
well, I just want to make sure if everyone's cool with me using a light side point, I will use it.
I'm very
I'm cool with it.
Okay.
Yeah.
What do you think, Davis?
If you don't use it, we lose it potentially.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
Damn.
use it.
All right, are you
And
upgrading one of your rolls?
should I downgrade him or upgrade me?
I feel like Jesse, since this is an opposed roll, I think she can only upgrade, right? It's not difficulty die.
What's gonna end up happening is it's 4 rounds, but 8 total rolls, and no matter what, there's 2 purple die for every roll because it's just the average thing. And it'll be her versus me round 1, and then her versus me round 2, like that kind of thing.
Maggie, what's your
So,
dice pool currently?
You
If
can
it's
lower the
upgraded?
2
purple.
yellow, 3 green.
Upgrade to have 3 yellow. That's 3 chances to possibly get a triumph.
All right, I'll take an upgrade. Are you gonna do it on your end or mine?
Yeah, I just did it.
Okay. All right, I will roll.
Whoa!
That
5
works, yeah.
successes, an
One
advantage,
triumph.
That's why
and
you
a
upgrade.
triumph.
All right, save that.
We don't
let's
need
see
to
what
spend
happens.
these points.
He is going to. He sees your charm, and he's going to try and get through it with the power of his streetwise attitude and not be lured in by you. He is also going. He's going to use a dark side point to upgrade his die,
Of course.
and let's see what happens.
Oh my god, this is gonna be intense.
All
Oh
right.
man. Yeah, you won. You barely won. All right, what does your triumph get you? Talk to me about
Wow,
your
he got 5 successes. Jesus.
Yeah.
So is this one round of Sabat or?
Yeah, during this round, what happens that, you won. You clearly won the first round, but what was the triumph you got from this?
I think maybe
Can it become winning 2 rounds?
I think I
Jesse?
make him nervous. I think I make him nervous, and he's like, he underestimated how skilled I'd be.
Sure. He sees that his streetwise sense did not see him through your charms, and so he'll no longer use streetwise.
That
Ooh,
might be very good.
maybe we'll cross our fingers and see.
Yeah. All right, sure. Yeah, he's a little taken back. He's like, I see you've played before. Where did you learn such a tactic?
Well, a lady doesn't share her secrets now, does she?
Yeah.
And
This is like, I like that.
he looks at you and he seems like very intrigued. He's like, excellent. Shall we play again?
I don't see why not.
Yeah, go for it. Roll me. What are you gonna roll?
Charm again.
All
It's
right.
my way.
Sure. Yeah.
Look, if it works.
Charm his pants
It's
off. Let's
5
do it.
dice. I can only dream of 5 dice. I get 3 on my best
Well,
roll.
it's,
Oh,
it's thanks to you. I wouldn't have it if it wasn't for you. So thank you.
So because you did this with 3 yellow, do you want to do it again, or do you want to leave it as your standard dice pool?
I think I want to do it again. Right.
All right.
This is gonna because he had 3 as well, but he used a light
So-
side point as well.
Yeah, he used a dark side, and he had 1 less green.
Well, I don't know what his other
Skills are.
skills
correct.
are. Yeah.
Ready when you are.
All right. Roll. Ooh, okay, 5 successes, 2 advantage.
2 advantage.
Very
Pretty
good.
good.
Very
Pretty
good. Okay.
I had 1 dice that
Um,
didn't give me anything, but
Yeah.
All
it's
right.
pretty good.
He
pretty-
is going to use a dark side point.
Having a little bit of a heart palpitation right now.
And
I don't.
I don't know why, but I am. I'm like really nervous.
It's high stakes. It's high stakes.
he's going to use skullduggery this time.
I anticipated such. Yes!
Oh shit!
Yes!
Total
Oh.
failure.
4.
He
Yellow,
looks at
though.
you and he is totally taken aback by your immense play style. And he's like,
Taken aback.
Take it some
Had to. It was there.
Virtual high five for you.
yeah, he
Yes.
says, I see. Well, I guess I should play a little better then. And he looks around at the 2 droids and he's like, going easy on you won't suffice.
I lean forward and I'm like, I didn't think that was your style. Perhaps I was wrong.
You go for it.
And I think actually she's gonna ask him a question while she's like grabbing
Sure.
her cards, and she's just like, you know, you asked me where I learned mine. What about you? Perhaps if you share, maybe I'll share a little bit. And she'll make her roll. I will use the light side point.
Okay, go
I'm
for it.
kind of scared though.
The
mean-
difficulty is increased by 1 on his rolls.
Okay. Do I
He's playing
still-
for real now.
Should I lower the difficulty?
For you? No. I always upgrade as far as I'm concerned.
It
if
is
you can-
smarter to upgrade for
It
real.
is. For a
Okay.
triumph opportunity.
All right. We'll upgrade. Are you ready for me to roll?
Go for it.
3 successes. And
All right.
I take that strain, right?
No, for this is just.
Okay. This is just like the
Yeah,
cards.
yeah.
This is like my hand.
Yep.
Okay.
All right.
Thank God, because how much
Three-
strain do you have left?
That's 3 strain. I have 0 strain because our lovely friend shot me up.
Yeah, I,
Oh, you're right.
I think I triumphed and got 1,000,000 successes on my Healy roll.
Okay.
All right. He is not going to use a destiny point, and he will still do skullduggery.
I thought he wasn't going to use skullduggery.
No, it was
That
it
was
was
streetwise.
Streetwise.
Stop using streetwise. And then when you beat his ass.
Oh no.
Oh no, he triumphed.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he countered you.
so the triumph counts as a charm, so that, or as a my brain just died, as a I was about to say victory, but success point. So that's 3 and 3. It's a tie. However, because you have the
It
3
already counts the
negatives-
success point on there. It adds that in. So
No, it doesn't.
Does it?
There's one.
No.
Yeah. There's one success, and then the second one is because of the triumph.
Are you sure that's what it does on here?
Yeah, well, you can count them.
No,
No, I think he's got 2 successes and a triumph.
he is telling the truth.
Yeah.
It
two
is
Oh,
failures.
because
counting
you had
it.
2 fails. Yeah,
Yeah,
that would have
'cause
been
I'm
negated.
looking at it,
And
it
then,
Yeah,
would
you're
give
right.
you the
Wow.
success.
Okay, you're 100% right. Yeah. So you still win, but he gets a triumph.
Okay.
He is going to use the triumph to realize that you are
I side with
very
them.
good at this. We'll bump the difficulty up 1 more for all of your attempts.
How perceptive of him.
Yeah, he realizes that you're very skilled and that even his best rolls. However, he can no longer use skullduggery. He doesn't see that as a winning strategy. And so you now roll against 4 purple die, but he loses 2 of his possible rolls.
Gee. And this is our final roll, right? I'm definitely using a light side point then,
I mean, you're 3 for 4 right now on success.
which
but
means
yeah.
I'm most likely going to fail this because probability-wise.
Right.
Let's see.
Upgrading again.
That's the gambler's
Yeah.
fallacy. Remember that.
Yeah. Oh
Still
yeah.
have
Remember
same
that,
That's
kid.
why I
It's
don't like
winning.
gambling. I never gamble. Like I've gone gambling once in my life, IRL, me. Once in my life, I won $100 off of $1, and I will never play again.
It's just if you
Yeah, no.
approach it
I
as
put,
like
I
what
put
you'll
a
spend
dollar in a
for-
machine because like everyone's like, you have to gamble. I was like 30 at the time because they're like, you've never gambled before, and I was like, Yeah, I've never gambled because I don't see the value in it if I don't have a way to like win. Like it seems like a waste of money to me when I
Well-
could like gamble my money in stocks and make way more money.
Well, the view it as more as
I
less
can
about
gamble my money in a different way.
Yeah.
view it as less of money making and view it as just like having fun and how much you would spend to have a good
Throwing
time.
money down a toilet does not sound fun to me, even
That's
if
what-
it's
that's what-
colorful. Even if it's colorful and it's
Listen,
shiny and
you
bright
go
to
to a
me.
movie, you go and do all this, you play video games. It's just like spending money in that
But
same
I
capacity.
get value out of it immediately.
If that's fine if you don't have fun playing random games that involve gambling, but the way I look at it is $100. I'm gonna spend that to have fun. I'm gonna have fun this weekend.
I could totally see it. I will bring you drinks to your table. I will watch you lose your money.
I mean, it's to me, it's just spending money. It's not losing money. If you view it as that way and you have a hard set out.
Look, if you've ever gone to a craps table where an old lady is like rolling bones, that's the most fun of the. She's like, I
Yep.
think I can
Yep.
do this. And you're like, get it, grandma.
Yep.
Get it, grandma.
If you have a good craps table, it's a lot of fun.
No sevens, granny. No sevens. And she's like, okay. And you're like, oh!
Yeah.
Okay, I want to play with Jesse. Maybe
I'm just saying.
He'll just be cheering me on in the background.
One time I won like $600 off an old lady at a craps table in Vegas. And I was like, come on, granny. And then I immediately lost it when she left the table, which is why I know only old people can help me. Only the elderly guide me through gambling. Immediately lost it. I was like, she
Their
left the table cooled.
wisdom rolls keep.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's true. All right, we ready?
Did you roll another light sign?
I'm gonna. Yes, I did.
Yeah,
So give
it
me an
was an
upgrade,
upgrade.
please, and thank
for
you.
it.
One success. Oh my god.
You got really unlucky on those purples.
Also, you
Yep.
didn't. Did you spend a light side point last time?
He
Nope.
did not. He did not spend.
All
his.
right. So
You just
he
have
rolls-
3. Dang.
He rolls his charm against you,
Yes, too.
and he succeeds.
Because the previous time
He
you rolled
says to you.
skullduggery. Oh, you.
He says to you, well, you're clearly very skilled, and maybe I'm slowly starting to catch on to your game. Perhaps one more round for everything.
Look, darling. 3 out of 4 I've won already. I think I'd like to take my win.
Yeah, he sort of like rubs his fingers together and he says, yes, well, I think I'd like to take your friend, and one more round is what we'll play.
Why don't we change it up a bit? Maybe instead of taking my friend or playing another round, we go have dinner.
He looks at you and he says, I'm sure your charms would work on others, but
I
you
don't
have
swing that way.
nothing. He's like, you have nothing I'm interested in. Your friend, however.
Well, here's that. You might be interested in something that I have to offer. Perhaps
Go
I
on.
play for you at another table. Seems like you could use my skills.
Ah. And what do I get out of that?
Well, seems you're very interested in my friend. Now, I don't think I'd like to give him away, because that's not my prerogative, nor is he mine to give away. But perhaps if you need him for some kind of situation, I'm sure he can make himself available. Is that not right? I look over
What
at
kind of
his.
situation are you referring to?
Well, there must be a reason that you want him so bad, direly.
I am an accomplished doctor and expert in xenobiology.
Look at all the things he can do with his little brain of his.
Precisely.
And what has stopped me from just taking him?
Now, that wouldn't be very nice of you, especially if you want to do further dealings in the future.
Who said I was a nice child?
I meant as far as future negotiations.
With who?
With me.
And he just like points to his droids. He's like, the only negotiation you have is right now. Do we play the game or not?
See, I don't see it that way.
He taps one of the droids and it like comes to attention and looks at you. Now we can either play or I can remove you.
Well.
You're not even gonna try to roll against this guy, Maggie!
I tried to negotiate. You're not letting me negotiate with him.
Give me a negotiation roll. How
Okay.
are you gonna try and negotiate? Tell me how you're negotiating.
I was negotiating that I would play
you
at a
gotta
table.
roll for it.
I would play at a table for him.
Wink,
You didn't tell me. You didn't tell me
you gotta
to
roll. Wink, you gotta
Um,
roll for these things.
But I said like I would play at a table in his place.
Mm-hmm.
Clearly he needs my skill sets, and my companion will assist him in something if he needs.
Give me a check. Let me see. What is
All right,
his?
set the difficulty for me.
I will.
I might
What
use
is
another light side point for this. Because although I'm okay at negotiation, I'm scared.
Yeah, go nuts. It's just
Okay.
a hard roll.
I'm honestly surprised you haven't used your aroma stuff, your hormone, whatever it is that you can seduce people with.
I'm pretty sure he'll pick up that I'm using it if I do. Is why.
Are you using a light side point?
She said she was. Going
Yeah, I'm
to,
going to use a light side point.
All right, make sure to click it.
But I'm looking. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty obvious if I use it, right? Because my skin color will change and all that. If he knows anything about me. But I guess that's the point of it.
Does the skin color change when you use pheromone? Oh, I'm still got the voice on.
Yeah, it says by emitting pheromones and altering their skin color, Phaline can affect emotional states of their sentience. Once per check, as an incidental, a Phaline may suffer 2 strain to upgrade the ability of a charm, deception, or negotiation check.
It sounds like they don't necessarily both have to happen. You could just do
Sure.
the pheromones.
You can still do pheromones.
Okay.
Yeah, and it'll upgrade your negotiation.
I'm down. Let's do 2. I'll spend 2 strain right now to upgrade. So give me 2 upgrades.
And
Isn't
you are
thank you?
going to. Is it 2 upgrades?
Yes, 1 upgrade for that and 1 upgrade for my light side point.
Is it is that an upgrade or is it a blue die?
Upgrade.
Ooh, shit! Really?
Yeah, 2, and it says.
Damn, you
Once per-
are a murder machine with
Yeah,
that
it says
negotiation.
suffer 2 strain to upgrade the ability of a charm, deception,
Yeah,
or
alright.
negotiation check.
Fantastic. Roll.
Alrighty.
Wow, that's powerful.
Mm-hmm.
I just thought it gave it away because I would have to like change my color or something.
No.
Oh my god, and I
However,
still
it
failed.
does not work.
How?
Perhaps it's the atmosphere. Perhaps it's the
It's the droid freaking me out.
Yeah.
the vents.
Who knows
They
what it could
sucked
be?
out
And
all
so
your
many
pheromones.
dice, and they all failed you.
Yeah.
Yep.
But you can use those to recover your strain if you want.
Which
But-
she was clear of because of.
But she just took some for using the ability, so I guess that
Yeah,
can go away
Oh,
again.
that's true.
Yeah. You try to negotiate your way, and he looks at you, and he just is not. Like he's not fazed by it. It's very clear that he, in this scenario, holds all the cards.
Okay.
Of course,
Well
the
then.
aircon's too good. That's it.
There you go.
Yeah.
Well then, let us play another round, I suppose.
Ah, you finally came around to it. Like usual, I get what I want.
Sometimes it can be fun to have a little chase.
I disagree. And he begins to shuffle the cards again.
Horrifying.
And,
Meanwhile, on the ship, Gar and Quill are just napping.
yeah, cut to. Cut back to the sweat beads.
As if I win, I take your friend. If I lose, I kill you both.
Yeah, he's gonna kill us anyway. This is
Okay. let's.
There are a lot of things Ithona would say if he could specifically talk to Sun right now. He's got a lot of ideas.
Oh, I'm sure.
but he can't. And I'm like, oh no, he's just gotta wait and see what happens.
Let's do this. Give me your roll.
I can't believe that negotiation didn't work. That's so crazy. All right. I will do a charm. I am going to spend 2 stress to upgrade my charm. And I feel like I have to use a light side point. This is...
I'm so scared at this point
Should I
with him
not?
having 3.
I say you should. For
okay.
sure.
I won't then if you guys don't think so. But I feel
You're
like
gonna lose your friend. Oh no.
It's like an important one. I don't know. This
Yeah,
is like
it is
the one that
important.
matters.
Yeah.
So
I'll
it's-
use it. I'll use it. Okay, 2 upgrades then, please, sir. Please and thank you. I spent my strain.
Did you click the use light side?
Yes, I did just now. I don't hear you, Jesse.
Oh, I didn't.
Please
hear
roll.
Megan's.
Very excited.
Oh
Let's do
no, I'm scared.
this. This could be great for you. This could be an amazing roll.
Oh my god, 1 success. Really? 1 success and 4
For advantage.
4 advantage. What is this?
Oh,
Wait,
no.
you can use that advantage to do a setback, right, Jesse? Can we do that in the
Oh
card
yeah, I
game?
can do 2 setbacks, right? Or let me
I
double
think
check.
you can only do 1. I don't think it
It's-
stacks like that.
Yeah, I think you have to use it for separate things.
Sure. I'll give him 1 black die.
1
for
black
that.
die. That doesn't really
Okay.
matter. Black die's not that great.
All right. He's going to
That'd make the
use his
difference.
Well,
deception.
hold on.
There are other options, but I don't know if any of
Yeah,
them
there are, but they seem like they're all combat oriented.
They're all combat based.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like target drops weapon they're wielding. He drops a card, one of his cards.
Well, you could say that's, the black die would, no matter what, even if he dropped the card, it would still,
Yeah, give him the black die. I
It'd
guess
be
that's
like,
all I can really
okay.
do.
He'll use deception against you in an effort to win.
Oh my
how sweet
god.
it is. How
Too
sweet it is.
barely.
He-
Sorry, Ith.
He puts the cards down. He says, well, looks like I win.
I think we both know you were going to win either way.
How
To be fair, I
perceptive.
still won more rounds than you.
To be fair, I don't care. And he snaps on one of the droids, begins to walk towards you. And
Actually, this might be great for us, Ith.
That's what I've been thinking,
yeah,
but
that's
it
what
can't say
I've
it to
been thinking
you.
the whole time that it's actually fine if
That-
you go in.
yeah, like if it could specifically talk to one person, like 3 rounds ago, it would have been like throw the game, lose.
Yeah.
No, I was like, I'm probably gonna lose the game anyway. Is what my thought was anyway.
It's just
he, yeah,
he used all the
If
droid
droids.
turns
walks up
to
you.
Sun, shrugs, picks up his
Tyler,
gear.
I'm thinking the same thing.
Yep. Yep.
He,
That's why I said this isn't a bad thing. Like I didn't want that last light.
The droid grabs your arm, and then Devin looks at you and says, "Take him to my office." And the droid grabs you and begins to like march you out.
As I'm going, I say back to them, could you make the droid aware that I cannot respond to them, but I can understand them? Please, thank you.
And he looks you dead in the eye and says, "No." And then he turns back to Sun. "Well, my dear,
It's gonna be awkward.
I'd take you up on that dinner, but I've got so many things to do. I think you should leave now."
He stands at the table, does a little, show of respect, and heads out. Winks at her friend.
My winnings.
Yeah, you get onto the lift and the droid follows you and presses the button for you, descending you back down to the casino floor. And you find yourself totally alone in the casino. The cheers and the sounds of the casino floor echoing around you. What do you do, Sun?
I'm going to comes into my homies and probably read my 30 unread messages.
Yeah, the back on the ship, the 2 sleeping tough guys hear a bling 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 bling.
Quill's in the captain's chair leaning back asleep and he goes, "What the hell?" And he just hits a random button and he grabs it. Yeah. What's up?
It
Gar, I
appears,
think they're calling us.
Girl,
she
just sit up.
actually has a holocom, so she can. Well, no, she wouldn't use that.
They
here.
don't have a holocom, so
Yeah.
I mean,
I do.
We
I have a
don't.
holo-
Yeah, but
they
we
don't.
don't.
Yeah.
We
Yeah,
don't.
they can't receive you. I mean, you can do it, but it's just like someone
We
listening
can't
to a
we can't
TikTok.
FaceTime on our Nokias.
Yeah.
She'll just be like, "It wasn't a fair deal. They took it."
I think Gar will laugh and be like, and I thought we had a rough time.
I mean, it seems like somebody didn't realize that casinos aren't exactly fair.
I don't see it as a problem.
Why? Where's Ith?
Right where we want him.
He's with the Beskar?
We'll find out.
Near an escape route?
Well, crap. Let's go. No,
and
but
I'll make my way back to the ship.
If you are being, I'm not gonna say dragged, but hurried along to the upper floors of this casino, and as you begin to leave the casino floor proper, you see less and less fanciful, ornate sort of set dressing, if you will, and it suddenly becomes more and more militaristic and secure, and you can see that there are guard postings with these droids and rooms that have multi-combo locks and scomp links that are only accessible through it's as you walk by and get a cursory glance, it appears that whatever happens up here is vastly different than what happens on the show floor below.
I take care to take it in as much as possible, trying to remember the route that I've taken, where the guard posts are, what the doors are, what they might be, and all that kind of thing.
Yeah, give me a roll for this. What are you going to use to remember all this stuff?
His brain.
Ooh. I mean, yeah, probably something int. Would it be education?
He has a big brain.
Not education. Although if you can justify education, I'll let you roll for it.
I guess, would vigilance make sense? Does that apply, or
Survival? Would it be survival?
Survival could work.
Or perception?
yeah.
rival streetwise perception, I could see.
Streetwise could work.
Computers, if you had computer access, maybe.
Yeah,
I
but he
think
doesn't have
education
any. he's
could
just
make
being-
sense in,
I
in the
can go
fact that,
for-
like, you know, in education, you learn different ways to, like, memorize things. He could make, like, a little acronym for
Mnemonic
it.
device.
Yeah, exactly. See, we're on the same page.
Yeah, I mean, if that's what you want to do, I'll allow it.
What's your PEMDAS?
If I can roll education, I'll roll it because it's one of my
Great.
best.
All
You
right.
could also
let's
maybe
do it,
roll
yeah.
mechanics if you know how all the elevators and systems work.
Well, he's just
how
trying
good
to
am I at
find,
mechanics?
remember the direction he took to get where he's going.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm
give me a roll.
just sort of repeating stuff in my head, specifically in my head, not anybody else's heads. Just like, so it's right here, this distance, and then door there. That's probably this. If I think about like the way this corridor is, that room's probably that kind of shape.
Okay.
Trying to infer things.
Yeah.
Hits.
Ooh, nice.
You,
Two successes.
while you don't know exactly what's going on in some of these rooms or in this area, you do know where you've mapped exactly where you've come from and how far it is to where you're going. Yeah. At the end of this long corridor, you find yourself in a double-doored room, and as it opens, you see before you the same ornateness of the floor down below, except it is an office. It appears to be Then Devon's office, and you can see a giant window overlooking Nar'Shadaa and a bookshelf with, I'm sure, books that have never been read, as who reads books in Star Wars? There are data pads scattered on the desk and a large round couch in one of the corners. In the middle is a table that is made up of a weird stone with strange markings that, unless you inspected it, you wouldn't be able to truly know what it says. And you can see that there is a kind of like data screen on one wall that is showing the averaged earned income of the casino in real time.
What does it say?
He's doing well. It's going up.
And so we stop here, and then do the droids leave or stay?
No, the one droid stays with you in the room.
Okay. Is he like holding on to me, or is he just standing
He's just
watching
standing
me?
at the door.
All right, I'll just like pick a spot probably near that circular sofa thing and just like set my gear down, and then I'll just kind of sit there and like just absent-mindedly look around, and then maybe do a little bit of careful wandering, keeping an eye on whether the droid reacts. And I want to try and look at the whole room, see if I can spot a safe, or maybe a picture on the wall that may conceal a safe, or
Sure.
any kind of secret safe concealing things that you might have.
Yeah, give me a stealth check. Let's see if he notices you.
Okay.
I know your agility's very
not-
high. So.
Yeah, I'm not quite so great at this one.
You do have one light side point.
We've
Yeah.
only got one.
Jesse,
We've already.
Jesse,
Do not.
listen.
do
the
not
card
do that
plane
thing.
was Jesse trying
Okay.
to farm our light side away from us.
Oh,
Is what was
yeah.
happening.
I
I'll probably be okay if I get caught. I'll just be considered a weird, nosy creature. So yeah, I'll just roll as is.
mean, they kept you captive. Why wouldn't you look around? Yeah. Oh.
Yeah,
Well,
he
a
immediately
fail and
notices
a
you. Yeah, he
advantage.
immediately notices you trying to look at stuff, and he's like, "Remain seated."
Yeah, for people who wanted me and him to fight, I was like, Ith and I are not the fighters of this group. It will not go well for us.
Yeah, I
Droid-
jump and retreat to the seating and sit down, but I carry on from where I'm sat, looking around and like, this wall.
Yeah, give me a perception
interesting.
check. What are you looking at? What are you trying to find? Just like a safe?
A safe. Yep. I'm like, is the Beskar in this room? It may well be. Let's find out.
Yeah, sure. Give me a perception check.
Oh, just 2 fails.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
there's a lot.
I probably should have spent like the advantage that I got last time on something.
There's a lot happening in this room. It's a little overwhelming. Plus, there's a giant droid designed to hurt you standing nearby, and you are now alone in a situation you are not qualified for. You simply are overwhelmed by this. Now you can try it again.
I
The
could
difficulty
do
goes up
something.
if you try again.
Yeah, he increases.
Is there any reason not to though? Like what?
This I know. Yeah, I'm thinking
know,
of alternatives,
there's
but
the-
I don't think this applies because one item I do have is a hand scanner, but I'm guessing that it's a medical specific hand scanner, so it's not going to be able to locate a safe or a large
Well,
amount
I
of
mean,
Beskar.
The hand scanning would be you like, I'm holding it over the thing, so you would have to get
Yeah,
up to like.
I was
dude,
imagining
that-
it's
That
probably.
droid would snatch that straight out of your hand.
You would,
Yeah.
yeah. That'd be
Yeah,
crazy.
I don't know how obvious it is that. Yeah, like if I was walking around the room with it, absolutely not. I was like, I wonder if like I could get it out where I'm sat and just like press some buttons on it and act like I'm faffing with a data pad or something, and then I put it away. But yeah, that probably won't work for various reasons.
I have an idea. The droid can't hear you. See if anybody else can hear you.
That is a neat thing. It's like I could just start brain yelling and see if there's
Echolocation.
anyone alive around here.
We'll play Marco Polo with you
Just
when we
scream.
come rescue you.
If you can hear me, say hello.
Yeah, let's give that a shot, just for the fun of it. Just like while I'm sat there after a few minutes, I'm just like, anybody around? And I just listen to see if like anyone knocks on a wall or like someone comes down the corridor.
You get no feedback.
With a shot, droid can't hear me.
Yeah, the droid doesn't even seem to notice that you're doing this.
If only there was someone else in the room, I could have a great mind conversation with them.
There's you just the only noise in this room beside the few moving servos within the droid as it kind of like looks at you and then looks around the room is coming from the monitor that every once in a while will make like a ding sound as another big win comes in for the casino.
Yeah, I think after a while I'll just make another perception check, see if I can spot the safe
You
again.
want to use a light side point for this?
I don't wanna.
Don't do it.
She wants them all.
All right. Well,
They
good
might
luck.
need that for not dying later.
Good luck with a harder perception check.
Oh, let's see what happens.
No, you still see nothing. Nothing's happening.
That was 2 fails and 2 threat.
Yep. Take that strain. Yeah. I'll make him pass out. All right.
Fine, that's my greatest skill is I can take 16 strain.
So you find yourself just alone in this office. And
No, actually, I think I take 1 less because I've got resolve or whatever it was.
You have that skill, yeah.
I forget which one it was. But it's like when I take strain, I take 1 less. Yeah, when a character involuntarily suffers strain, they suffer 1 less strain per rank of resolve to a minimum of 1. I have 1 rank, so it only takes 1 strain.
after you take the 1 strain, after a little bit of time, and you begin to calm your nerves, the doors open, and in walks by himself Thandevin Sar, and he holds his hands behind his back, and he looks at you and sort of gives you the up and down and says, "Well, aren't you a curious thing?"
It is rare to see my kind away from our home.
"Yes. And what is your kind?"
I am a Polis Mason.
And you do what exactly?
Well, I'm a doctor and xenobiologist. We have extensive archaeological projects we undertake, and I assist in unearthing of biological remains, studying them, and attempting to determine the genealogy of our species.
And he like looks at you and sort of walks towards you and then taps you on the head and says, "Yes, but this, how do you do this?"
It's simply the way that our people communicate. Some of us are able to speak out loud, but I am not one of those.
And you can control others with this?
This is the point where I have to decide if I'm going to bullshit.
Yeah, whether you lie or don't lie.
The problem is,
I'm like, are you good at
I'm
it?
not good at bullshit.
Yeah, I was like, you could try.
there are like what I mean. If it'd be deception. My deception is 1 yellow, 1 green.
Yeah,
If
could
you
do
word
it,
it
why
in a
not?
certain
Not
way,
wonderful.
you might be okay.
If
See
you,
what happens. Let's see what happens. Well, go
I
for
mean,
it.
if you lie and he figures it out, then that's fine too, right?
Can he figure out a lie in his head from somebody who has no facial expression?
Yeah, he can. Some people can. It'd probably be a harder difficulty.
There are definitely many advantages to my abilities.
Are you deceiving him?
I think that's a deception still, yeah. So I can roll that.
Yeah, all right.
You could say you've been known to influence people.
I could do that. I'd give examples, but then I'd probably be in a bit of trouble.
I mean, you technically did it earlier.
Yeah. It's like, yes, I influence people in your very casino. In fact, wait,
I mean, you're not up there because you're in a good spot.
Yeah, if you're not useful, you could die.
We'll try the deception. Let's see what happens.
Oh no, fail.
Oh, yeah. He looks.
I
at
was
you.
like, why didn't it print the results? It's like, oh, because there are none.
Yeah.
You attempt to not tell him the whole truth, and he looks at you and then pulls his hands from out behind his back, and he's holding a data pad, and he says to you, "Interesting, because here it says the Polis Mason, was it? It says you can control people's minds."
Ithona attempts to conceal his surprise.
Yeah, he like taps the data pad in his hand. He's like, I do my research on my new prizes.
Where the hell's he been doing his research?
Or is he trying to trick you into lying?
Well, perhaps there's some good business we can do together.
Yes, perhaps. I am in need of services such as yours.
What do you have in mind?
Well, things are happening in the galaxy. So much trouble, and frankly, I don't want any part of it. I just want to run my casino. The protection of the huts is very nice, obviously, but it turns out the huts are in league with others, shall we say, that I do not agree with.
Do I know who he's talking about?
I don't know.
I'm trying to remember if
I think he said the Empire. Didn't Dash tell us that it's for the Empire?
Well, that's what this guy wants to use it for.
Yeah, he wants to use the Beskar.
Oh,
to pay off
this
the
guy.
Empire. Yeah.
Yeah, wants to use it to pay off the Empire so they'll leave Nar'Shadaa and hut space alone.
Oh, right. So
was it originally the Pikes then?
Yeah.
Originally, we were going to give it to the Pikes, or Dash was, yeah.
Dash was trying to give it to the Pikes. Correct.
Okay.
I was trying to remember what way round it all was. I'm like, I know the Empire's involved and the Pikes are, but I don't know who the Pikes are.
Pike Syndicate, you know, they're bad people. That's for
I got
my
the
Clone
impression.
Wars fans.
I want to try and sound smart, but I'm not sure whether he means the Empire or not, so I'm just gonna nod along.
Sure. Yeah, he looks at me and he says, at first, this whole hut thing was beneficial. It kept crime lords off my back. Now, I figured it would keep the Empire off my back. However, things have changed. And now I must look after myself.
The best person to look after you.
Yes. So will you help me? I need you to change a few minds about their views on some subjects.
I can see what I can do.
Excellent. Well, perhaps you can aid me in a conversation.
All right. I also come with the added advantage of if the conversation goes wrong, I'm an accomplished doctor.
Well, that's good. He laughs. He's like, thankfully, we won't need such things for the moment. And he starts to punch up something on his holo transceiver. And
Zona thinks to himself, that's a shame, because if he asks me for medical attention, I got some anesthetic in the bank.
I love Ith's beautiful little mind.
Yeah, it's like, if things go wrong and he needs medical attention, just, oh no, he's gone to sleep. What a shame.
Let me see if I can find an accurate portrayal of the way these weirdos look. Yeah, okay. So, on the comms, a figure appears, and the best way I can describe this figure is that he's very thin with like a long, stocky built neck, and at the top of it is two very big eyes and a helmet which takes up I assume most of his head, but it's very hard to figure out if like the helmet is big or if that is like on top of his head. And the way he looks is kind of like this, just so you know, because it's hard to describe these guys. I'll just put it on the page that's up on the screen right now, just for the sake of ease. What? Quota exceeded. I have too many images. Story of my life. Hold on. Hold on. I got to delete one thing.
Oh no.
I'm going to delete. I need all these things. I'm going to delete this, the end times. I don't know what that is, but delete. Okay, let's try this again. It looks
Probably
like
good
this.
to
I
delete
mean,
the
if I'm
end
gonna
times.
delete something, the end time
End
sounds like a
times, yeah.
great thing to delete.
Yeah, it looks like these guys.
Oh, I know what those guys are.
And
Aren't those the pikes?
that is the pikes. Yeah. It appears on the screen, and the character at the other end answers, and he says, Van Devin, interesting to take your call. And then Devin looks at me, he's like, well, truly, it must be unexpected, but I wish to reach out on behalf of the Hutts and apologize for any trouble our latest issues have caused. And he looks at the hollow screen, and the man on the other line says, stolen goods then. And then Devin looks at you, he's like, well, do your thing.
Wait, so he's in a video call with this guy.
Yes.
Yes.
I think he just assumes that you can mind control him over the airwaves. Yes.
I thought
What
this.
are
He
these
did his
things?
research, but he didn't
Oh
know.
no.
What a dingus.
One of you
As
may be
someone
right
in
that he
chat
did
said-
no research.
As
and he's
somebody
just-
in chat said, Wikipedia did not go well for him.
yeah, maybe
This
maybe
is
he
great.
didn't research.
I'm also.
This is great.
I
There's
wanna
literally
know
no
what
way I can even
are.
communicate with this person in this call right now, apart from by miming.
Yeah, he says like he turns to you and mouths, now's the time, and then he turns back to him and he's like, so I wanted to let you know that I don't have it. And he waits for you to kind of get him.
I'm afraid they have to be in the room. There are limitations to my abilities.
You
I
can
could speak
see-
to anyone in the galaxy.
Yeah, you can see his hands behind his back begin to clench as he's visibly upset that you're saying this to him, but he tries to ignore you for the sake of the conversation. And the pike on the other end says, what do you mean you don't have it? We know you have the Beskar. And he says, well, that would be an incorrect assumption. I do not have it, and my Hutt masters have asked me to inform you thusly, for the sake of our alliance.
Got messed
Do
up.
you do anything?
Oh,
Do you
no.
say anything?
I mean, I can't talk to the other guy. I could only talk to
You can tell
Like,
guy.
he's like
organized
behind
you,
like
he's
have
like
to be in
making-
person or
He's like
something.
making gestures with his hands behind his back to help me out here.
What do I do? There's nothing
You-
I
Tell him to set up a meeting in person.
yeah,
That's
tell him you can't
basically
do it
all
unless
you
you're
can
in
do.
person.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
guess that's all. I'm like, I thought you wanted me for an in-person meeting. If we did that, then I could help. Perhaps you could organize one.
Yeah, his hands clench up again. And he's like, as you are probably aware, the Beskar was intended for you truly. And, well, we had no intention of taking it ourselves. We simply don't have it. We were going to deliver it on behalf of the Hutts, and any payments that need to be made to make amends shall be made. However, the Beskar is gone. Whatever I must do to make it up to you and the other members of the syndicate. And the pike looks at him, he says, You think you know what you have done. You have only made things worse for you. The huts will be fine. The Black Sun will be fine. All will be fine. But not for you. And he hangs up. And he turns, then Devin turns back to you and says, "What were you doing? You did not help at all."
It appears the information you were given was not accurate. You're not able to speak to people from great distances.
Let me do this thing right here. Then Devin's character sheet. Boop. Yeah, he goes to slap you.
Aww.
And he connects, and he hits you and knocks you onto the sofa. He says, "Stop talking in my brain if you're going to be useless."
Does he take
Do
one?
I take
wound?
damage?
Yeah,
No, he just slapped you. You aren't
Okay.
wounded.
non-lethal.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
My apologies. This is the only way I can speak.
Useless. Don't know why I won you. Whatever can you actually do then?
Anyone who's in the vicinity, I can communicate with. It is a broadcast. There are certain ways that you can have some fun with people. People don't know the direction that it comes from. I could be in a different room and speaking to someone on the other side of a wall. I can make people think they're going mad.
Well, perhaps I can trade you for a favor now that I need one. And he goes back to the comm system and begins to punch in another comm. And this time, on the other end is a big, bulky, green man with a black ponytail. And he chortles and he says, "Then, Devin, I did not expect your call." And then Devin kneels and he says, to a prince of the Black Sun, I humble myself before you. I must make amends with the Pikes. On behalf of the Huts, I cannot have it on my conscience to have offended them in such a way. And the Falleen on the other end says, "My friend, you don't need to worry about the Pikes when the Crimson Dawn is coming." And he pauses and stops and says, "I'm sorry, what? You've angered the wrong person, my friend. That Beskar was never meant for the Pikes." And then Devin pauses and looks at you and says, "I have a trade. Perhaps this one can read minds, control minds even. Perhaps it would be, I could deliver it to the First Light. Personally, I'm sure that we could come to some agreement." And the Falleen laughs, and it's like a really weird laugh that is when someone laughs at something that isn't funny, it's that laugh, right? It's this very over the top boisterous laugh, and he's like, "I'm so sorry. The best thing you can do now is run, little man. Once Dryden Voss comes for anyone, it's over." And he hangs up the call. And the guy looks at you and says, "I must be going," and kind of backs out of the room. And the droid follows him, and you are literally left alone in the room.
Aha. I was about to be like, "Oh damn it, I've missed a chance. Oh wait, now I have many chances." So, was I getting it right? Does he owe the Beskar to two different people? Is that it?
I don't know.
That was the impression I was getting.
Or he already
Or it's a series of people that owe the Crimson Dawn, and it's just caught up in somewhere in there.
I mean,
I
it could
think
have already
everyone
gone to
owes the best
Empire.
score to them, and they're all trying to get it from each other to pay off.
I
It
mean, he
sounds
could have
like-
already spent it, or he could still have it, and he's lying to all of them.
That's what I'm
That's
trying
the
to figure
thing,
out.
yeah.
I'm like,
my
if it's
guess
just
is he
down to-
still has it, but he's trying to convince anyone he can that he doesn't, so that he only has one person left to give the best score to.
Yeah.
or he doesn't have it. But either way, yeah, shoot.
From the
Empire may
ship.
already have it.
From the ship, the three of you, as Soon arrives, you two go down to the landing pad to meet her, and in the distance, you can see from the top floor of the casino a shuttlecraft leave and begin to fly towards the penthouse of the apartment across the way.
But we're not supposed to know everything that just happened, though, right?
We're not.
Right,
we
you don't know what just happened.
No.
Because what I think has happened is he's gonna go grab his safe, empty it, and get and run. But we don't know that. So.
No, we think he's just going home, and maybe he took Ith there.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't know whether or not I'm in that craft.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's good. That gives us a way to go there instead and not. We have the security key. So
We do. So I would think when Sun arrives, we would give Sun the key and say, well, we swiped this off a janitor, and it seems to be our best way in, but I don't think Gar and I would be the best to slip inside.
As a janitor?
Well, maid, whatever. It's just a key card.
I suppose I could do that. But it does appear that maybe the rooftop is a better entrance. As I watch the...
well, no. Last time we saw that
The roof
What-
wasn't a good entrance.
the like Triumph or whatever told us that the roof was not the way to go.
Yeah, you had to
I
come
thought
from
that was
the
around a
bottom up.
balcony on that floor. But it was on the,
I think Jesse even said like going from down.
Yeah,
Gotcha,
either
gotcha.
the
Was the
bottom
way to
or
go.
like mid-level to go up.
Yeah, the outside is secured by numerous droids, and the inside, it appeared that there was no one inside the building.
Okay, cool.
Listen, last time you did things on your own, didn't work out. I think we go together. He's gonna have some droids.
I am
Got a
pretty
bone to
small.
pick with them.
I could probably fit inside some sort of cart or cleaning cart, something like that. Just make sure I'm covered.
I think that we're gonna have to fight our way out of this situation. And I don't know if we'll be able to get our friend Ith back.
Either way, it
He didn't-
seems like we need to go over there.
True. He didn't play fair at all. So I'm pretty certain he likes to get what he wants. And he isn't
Gar and I
going-
look at each other and kind of laugh.
First time on Nar'Shadaa. Yeah, I think what we should do is go mid-level. I like your idea of we'll hide the smaller of you two people in a little box, sneak up, pop out, take the kid, take the best car, and hopefully I get to kill something.
Well, we'll see if it goes that easily.
Um,
I do
as
have
you
extra...
as you have this conversation, Maggie,
Mhm.
You get a ping on your hollow transceiver.
Alright.
It's encoded in a code that only you can read.
Okay, what is it?
I am going to hopefully
Like
send
Discord
you a
messaging?
message, and I'll let you decide if you want to share any of this.
Alright.
But is this mid-conversation like a thing appears?
Yeah, like you notice a thing appears, and she's going to like see it.
I think I know what it is. Well, not what it is, but what it is.
Let me.
What was she saying? Oh. He didn't play very fairly, but I had a feeling that that was going to happen anyway. I kind of was thinking that it being on the inside, it might have aided us. Seemed he wanted to use him for something, and perhaps that might make its way back to us. Whether it has to do with the Beskar or some other information. information anyway is always beneficial for us. That's what I was gonna say, but then you guys all were like making fun of me.
I mean, well, at least you didn't spend those credits.
And I do have credits. I have like a bunch of credits.
You do have credits. All right, Maggie, that's the message that was just sent to you in encrypted Orabesh.
I mean, we're gonna notice that we're in the middle of like an important conversation, and she just like zones out.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. And this is something that it's your obligation. It is something you definitely have to take.
Gar's like, sorry, you got something more important to do right now?
Something more important than getting our medic back? You know, we kind of got shot up a little bit.
I'm listening. I'm just also checking my messages. If it wasn't for you, Will sending me a ton of them, then maybe I wouldn't have to be looking at this.
I sent you one. Well, maybe two.
And I was in a very important situation then, and I still looked.
He starts scratching his helmet like,
I was with the Arcadian, and you messaged me, expected me to answer, and
He
now
didn't know
you're
where you
freaking
were.
out when it was. You did know where I was. You knew I was in there trying to.
knew you were in the casino. That's all he knew.
Yeah, but you knew what our goal was.
I don't
like,
think
get
checking up
information.
on people is like a crazy thing to do.
Yeah, and so maybe someone's checking up on me.
All I'm
Okay.
saying is you're acting suspicious.
You could roll to see if I'm acting suspicious. Am I?
Yeah,
really?
you don't know. You don't know.
Yeah,
but
I'm
you-
just checking my messages. She's
Is
been
she
getting.
acting suspicious?
She
I've been
has been
around
getting
the
messages.
damn world, and I have slapped me a blue die
She has been
because I
getting
got.
messages for
Yeah,
this
perception
entire
check.
time that we have been talking, like, or not, the entire time we were on the spaceship too.
Perception
Yeah,
check.
but
Let's see.
in the
Is this
middle of a
message
big
different?
conversation, yeah, did you give me the plus blue die?
I did.
I think it is. Is it perception? It's.
I mean,
insight?
he's perceiving to see. Yeah. Hey, Gar,
Perception is
you
insight.
recognize that since receiving this call, Sun's a little bit different. Yes.
Well, don't I get to do a deception to counter that?
You can say a thing now. You can like if he because the way it's all like you based, so he realizes something is wrong. So if he says something to you and is like, "Is anything wrong?" You can say, "Nah, dude," and then roll to deceive,
I gotcha.
or charm or convince. Maybe nothing is wrong. I don't know.
All right, true.
You know.
What do you say to me?
Yeah, you recognize something's up though, Gar.
I mean, everything we've already said has already happened. So if I just recognize something is wrong, then I'll just say, whatever you have going on, we got something very important right now. So make sure it doesn't disrupt that.
Oh, I don't think it will at all.
If it doesn't, or if it
I'm
tries
gonna
to, I will make sure it doesn't.
Maggie, I'm gonna need you to roll something. What are you gonna roll there? Are you trying to deceive them, or are you trying
mean,
to?
I'm starting.
Charm
My
them?
goal is still to do the same, like still get the best car with them. So it's not like-
Right. But you said it wouldn't interfere at all. So I need a roll for this. It is your obligation. They are made to interfere. So
Gotcha.
Sounds like a deception. The way it worded sounded like deception.
Sure, I can roll a deception.
great.
Or we're going for. Did you have the difficulty set?
Do you roll it against me?
I am.
No.
Deception's it's rolled against all of you, right? Because she's saying it out loud.
Well,
Yeah,
I
but
was
you don't
going to
get a,
roll
you don't get a
perception
counter
again.
roll, is what
Do
I'm
I not
saying.
get a
Right, there is no
roll?
counter. Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of like how your perception didn't. I didn't get to counter that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Give us a deception.
Right. Like, do I spend
My
two
plan,
strain?
because I was going to try and perceive after the deceive.
I won't do. 3
Yeah,
successes.
Yeah, Maggie, you say to them. Sun says, "Yeah, it's not gonna interfere at all," and it comes off as truthful.
It won't really, actually. So,
I'm sad that I don't get a roll now. Oh well.
Well, I guess that's good enough for Gar.
and
Yeah,
she
what's
puts
your-
away her comms.
Yeah, you see the ship reach the penthouse and land, and smoke and debris are flying off the balcony, obscuring any sort of sight that you might have of what's going on up there. But it looks like, from what you can tell, Van Deven's shuttle has arrived at his penthouse.
Okay.
I imagine you brought the red speeder back, right, son?
I'm sure. I'm certain that's how I got back, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Good, because I'd rather not drive this thing again.
It like sparks in the background and
What?
like just a part falls off.
What did you all get yourselves into?
Nothing too hairy.
It's a long story, and I think time is of the essence.
No one followed you though, right?
Nope, but we can definitely walk to the bottom there, or we could use your speeder to fly and invade somebody's privacy and hop on their balcony or something, you know. We got to get inside somehow. Do we start at the bottom or do we start midway up?
Can I do because I have the macro binoculars, can I just like case the thing again just to see if the guards have changed at all?
Yeah.
Is that another perception? What would
Yes, it's perception plus you have all your bonuses, so you remove the black die from the wind and debris.
Okay, ready to roll.
Yeah, go for it. Yeah, okay. You see through all of the, the nonsense of the ship landing, you see that then Devin has walked out followed by one more droid. So there is one additional droid up on the balcony now. But the droid and then Devin walk inside. You do not see Ith with them.
All right, I relay that. I'm like, well, the kid didn't get off the shuttle. Are all the guards still like? Do I see him being frantic? Do I pick up anything about his body language that as a
he's walking hurriedly and the droid is following behind. All the guards on the outside are staying posted on the outside. Now inside is him plus one droid.
Man, droids, there's no body language on droids. Okay, well, the kid's not there, but Van Devin is.
Well, I wonder what they did with it then. Means he's still in the casino somewhere. Or on the ship.
Either way, we need to get to that Beskar. I'm sure Ith will understand, and hopefully we can find him later. Unfortunately, I don't know of any way to find him. The guy can't use comms.
That's a good point. All right, then I think stick to the plan of going to the penthouse.
Double checking. Are text messages a thing with comms units?
No, they're
Okay.
not.
Damn.
I mean, you could conceptually do a Morse code.
Yeah.
Or
yeah.
I
You would have
was-
to
yeah, I was
assume
thinking
that
you could
others
Morse
know Morse code.
Borsk code or whatever it's called in this.
Force
code. Boss code. Yeah.
Bosk code.
In theory, you could, but they'd have to know it.
Well,
right?
and
So-
is the droid still guarding him, or
He's left alone. He's totally alone. I mean, he doesn't know what's on the other side of the door, but in the room he's in right now, there's no one in there.
Okay.
Yeah, there's some things I can get up to when it gets back to my scene.
Okay.
Which can happen now.
Well, I'm waiting
still-
to see what your plan. I'm like waiting for you to enact your plan before I switch scenes.
Okay. I mean, I think based on all the information though, we should still do and still want
We're going to the bottom and riding our way up.
Yep.
Yeah, because we probably need to get some kind of thing, like disguise or something, right? Too.
I like the idea of like little people getting into whatever the Star Wars equivalent of the janitor's cart is.
Yep, that would be me.
I mean, I'm a big guy, but I don't look like I
Like
feel
the
like
towel.
I
the
feel like I
laundry.
could be just like a guy that's doing work in the background and then trying to get our way up there and
You got to
we go
take
from
your
there.
armor off.
Or
Yeah.
I mean, there's the jackets, the Ghostbuster, what do you call those things? The onesies that
The
janitors-
overalls,
Yeah. The coveralls.
Can I get a big set of overalls? Is there a
I mean, you'd have
surplus
to,
store on the
look,
way?
You'd have to get in there and find out.
I mean, I imagine I'm hopping in a laundry bin. So
I just if we know that there's a bunch of like very high tech guard droids, like losing my one advantage in combat. I don't know. The Gar is like down to just like, oh, okay, let's like lose that. But especially when I feel like we could find a disguise.
I honestly think that if Sun puts on the stuff that's kind of higher threat, her other threads that were kind of finer, she could be seen as a high end maid, housekeeper.
Yeah,
whatever.
I'm probably better at the deception and rolling
Oh,
to charm them.
That's
and
what I
stuff.
was thinking too.
Yeah.
We could go the route of she's an escort or she's something and we're her bodyguards?
I mean, you could go that route.
Courtesan type thing.
I mean, yeah, that she could be a high-end. We could. I wish we had a computers person to splice and figure out if who's living there that we could disguise as that would need bodyguards. But
I just don't know if the Arcanian's into that kind of stuff, so who knows?
Regardless of what he's into, I think like go to the lobby, try and charm any like security person there. If it doesn't work, I'm just gonna hit him in the face till he goes to sleep, and then we get in the lift and go up.
Yeah, that's my thought too. Is we just go.
Solid plan. That's a good plan.
I think
Hit him till he
it's
goes to sleep.
a dangerous plan.
Gar doesn't like to overcomplicate things.
Yeah, I like it.
I think
Listen,
if we
me as a PC is impacting the speed in which this gets done right now.
I don't know. I like the idea of sneaking in from the bottom and going up though.
That's the same idea, but I think
It's the same
It's
thing.
trying to charm. I think
If we
charm
come
people
from the
in
bottom,
our way.
it's gonna be a little bit more sus than if we just walk through the front door as like.
Well, that's what we have the key card for.
Yeah, the key card puts us lift up there. It's
got it.
literally the janitor / maid key card.
Yeah, we can use the service elevator.
Yeah.
But won't it be weird? Is what I'm saying. Okay, you're not listening. What I'm saying, wouldn't it be weird if like a fancy courtesan is like coming through a like maid lift? Is what I'm saying. That's more.
Well, that's why you have to charm.
That's why you deceive and charm.
Also, I kind of thought
I
that's where
honestly
you
think
do
flying
escorts.
over and dropping onto the top is the most sus of them all. But
It was like, I thought you like kept that secret.
Isn't that what like?
Are you telling me I could have had escorts coming to the front door this entire time? Oh my god.
Hey, some people.
either way, whatever it is,
proud
we're going
of
from the
those
bottom to the
ladies.
top. You guys figure it out. I got to pee so bad.
That's fine. We can do it that way.
Let's do it.
Let's
All
do
right.
it.
Yeah. So I assume you all jump into the car, the speeder, the air
car?
speeder.
Yeah, we're
You
gonna
know,
go.
it's a car without wheels, the air speeder, and you begin to zoom down towards the surface layer. Well, not surface layer, the surface plate of the outer layer of Nar'Shadaa. Meanwhile, back in the office, if you find yourself alone.
Mm-hmm.
Just to remind you again, surrounded by, behind you now, the circular couch. To your right, a bookshelf with actual books. In front of you, a desk with weird markings and strange stone holding up a golden plated surface. And then a giant computer screen monitor that is showing the earnings details of the casino itself.
Now, there is one thing I've thought of that I could do that could really just kind of fuck everything up.
Mm-hmm.
But it would
Go
be
on.
funny. Is the system that he used to communicate with the people he just did, is there some kind of security protecting it, like a password or
We'd have to check.
anything? If the owner goes and looks, he's like, no one's in the room, no one's gonna stop me. There might be security cameras. He's not gonna check him till hopefully I'm long gone or dead. So
Yeah, give me a
yeah,
perception check.
I go up
Do
and see if
you-
I can just switch on the communication thing.
Yeah, can you?
He left in a hurry. He could have left it all.
Let's see. Let's see
On.
if it's on for you.
Would this be a perception, or like could I do a computers?
I mean, this is perception to see if it's still on. Computers would be like if you actually just want to start playing with it, and if you fail, then bad things can happen.
I will just
Give it a
yeah,
once over.
Maybe
look at it.
can I use stims on myself, because that'd make this real nice.
What are your stim rules? Because you have one active on Maggie already.
I think
Is
it's
it
one
I think
once
mine
per scene. I
might
can
not.
I
I think mine might no longer be on me anymore.
think that'll be done by now because the
Yeah.
scene is over.
All right,
'Cause
yeah.
I think it lasts for the
yourself
scene,
up,
and
dude.
then Yeah, once per scene, I can deploy one from my med kit.
This is how it
Unless
starts.
I do it so much that you tell me that I can't anymore.
You do it one time because you need to get into a computer, and then pretty soon you're an addict. Don't get high on your own
Next time
supply.
Roid starts, you just need to get that starting position back, and you know.
Yeah, you're about to get a new obligation.
And I'm letting you know I'm kind of addicted to it. It'd be nice to have it again.
I'm gonna be honest.
It's nice.
It got me to heft a droid over a thing. So we all kind of actually. Gar's like into it. He's like, yeah,
I get it. I get stimmed.
If this is our drug dealer, we need to get him back.
I mean, in all honesty, the only person who hasn't had drugs apparently at this point is me.
Oh, that checks out.
Oh wow, boo hoo! You're a kid.
Hey, you don't know that.
Oh, you're right. I mean, actually though, but like, I feel like not like perception wise, the way you talk and act, we know that you're not the like seasoned killer that
You
your
would have to
armor-
roll for it.
You would have.
We talked about that last episode.
We'll talk.
You just
It's
literally
different.
saw me kill people. Like,
Yeah.
you literally got convinced the other ways. You're
I
like,
spent
okay,
I spent a
you
week
can
with
really
you
shoot.
on a ship. Like you can tell when somebody is not like an adult, but it's actually
True.
three.
Last
children.
episode, though, Davis,
and a gank
you did
armor.
say that you were like, oh, maybe he's
Yeah.
Three Jawas in a gank armor.
Yeah, that's what he is. But no, I'm saying that like I think that initially because he was in the gank armor, like Gar was like, okay, here we go, here's a killer, and then is like didn't think he was that, but he has a begrudging respect for him post their events.
All
He
right.
took down
Okay,
more
so
than you did.
the
If go
stim
nuts.
ability
If we
says
count-
if
The tackle.
the stim ability says if successful, one engaged ally increases a characteristic. Am I engaged with myself, or am I not allowed to
No,
use this?
you are not. So you can
Look in the mirror, get on one knee, and ask.
Okay, damn it. Okay, I can't stim
I
myself.
love that.
but
He's in
that's
a
fine.
relationship with himself.
I'll just roll the perception then. We'll just see.
All right. Yeah. What do you see? Yeah. No, you can't tell if
God
it's
damn
locked
it,
or not
fail.
just by looking at it.
I'm just gonna try and open it. I'm just gonna press the button.
Yeah. Computers
this
check,
communicator
please.
Is that computers?
Yep.
He's just like nubby little hands.
There we
just
go.
Poking around.
Yeah. You turn it on
It's
and
an
you have
advantage.
access to the comms unit.
Right. Am I able to contact? This is just checking. Am I able to contact the Pikes? Can I just go to like the previously called list and do that?
Yeah,
And then
of
if I
course.
do so, can I communicate via text with this like desk built like fancier model?
I
You
imagine
could
it's like a
write
hologram.
stuff down and show it to them, but you can't text them.
That'll do.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, you punch in the tykes, the little cutie pie versions.
Oh!
And then
Hey
he
there,
just holds
dude.
up a sign, help me.
Yeah, you
I think I know what you're gonna
Safety.
do, and I'm on board. This is gonna get wild.
Yeah,
He
I
has
like,
you
the
punch in
best
the Pike's
scar.
I
number.
like this too.
You punch in the Pike's number, and on the other end, the same character you saw before appears. Who is this?
I wave and then hold up a finger, and then I get like a data pad and I start typing out a message, and the message says, and then once I'm done I hold it up. The message says, I am an associate of Dash Barand. I have infiltrated this person's office. He has the Beskar and has no intention of giving it to you. I intend to assist you in retrieving that on behalf of Dash Barand.
The Pike looks at you and says, "And why would you do this?"
To not die.
That's the basic one. It's like, yeah, I think the message I write is, I've been hired for a job. I intend to complete that job. The job involves delivering you 40 bars of Beskar, which is currently in, I forget his name, but his apartment.
Thandevin.
Yeah, Thandevin.
In Thandevin's apartment.
Thandevin Sar.
And you propose to take this from him?
Yes.
Imagine you can just nod.
Oh yeah, I just nod to that.
And who did you say your contact was?
I work for Dash Barand. We're working together to retrieve you the Beskar.
Dashbarand. This is a name I do not know.
Oh,
That son of a bitch.
Hell. Perhaps we have a deal. But I require Van Deven's head. You must kill him and show me.
Oh my god.
I will see what I can do.
When you show me his head and the Beskar, our contract will be complete. And he like looks at him and he says, "You now work for us." And you hear like a snap, and on a screen behind him, your face appears, and they now have like your face on their database.
This has either made things way better or way worse. Maybe
we gotta
both at the
get
same
him to
time.
send in the cavalry.
I mean, the good
Yeah,
news.
get him to help us.
Hold on.
Well,
the good news. The good news is you look just like any other police master.
Man, it's true.
Okay, don't be insensitive.
As long, yeah, well, if they're racist enough, I can get away with it. Yeah,
They're the
admittedly-
Pikes. They're not
admittedly-
like tight dudes.
But also, most of the Pikes kind of look alike too. So, admittedly,
I wasn't gonna say it. I wasn't gonna say it.
admittedly, they kind of get facial recognition stuff.
I think I'll do this in a smart way. The message will be: should we expect any company?
From who?
If you wish to come pick it up as soon as we have it.
Red Dawn.
He like laughs and he says, "Oh, I would expect company, but the Pikes will not interfere."
That was what I was hoping, is that they'd be like, let's just, send a ship full of people just to chill nearby and, make sure the best guy gets in our
I
hands.
think that he's saying that there will be people.
Yep.
So
Just not the Pikes.
maybe try and tell them to watch their fire or something. I don't know, because we're gonna get caught in the crossfire.
Which means we
yes.
could possibly slip away with the Beskar.
Yeah. It would be nice. If
I'll write a
Crimson
message
Dawn was
saying
shooting with us.
Yeah, I'll reply saying, me and my group will soon attempt a raid on his apartment.
And you will kill him for us.
We will try our best. We can't guarantee it, but I think the Beskar will be a more sure thing.
Of course, but you will kill him for us.
I nod.
Yeah,
I
and
don't want to argue with him. It's not a good idea.
yeah, he gives you a wry smile and he says, "Excellent. It's better you two before the others."
Oh no. I think we wanted backup, and it sounds like we're now on more people's wanted list.
Yeah.
And there's another army.
Possibly. I mean, if at the end of it all we don't have the Beskar and one of the people that wants it does, we probably won't get murdered, right? We just feel like, we got Beskar.
You just made yourself very known to
I
the
know,
Pike,
I know.
But we also found out that Dash has been lying to us again.
I also don't think that Gar needs to do any kind of role to know that when 40 Beskar is on the line and you're dealing with criminal
People are
syndicates,
gonna kill
they
you.
don't give a shit about who's there. They're
Yep.
gonna kill everybody and
Yep.
take it. So
That is the thing. You can probably blow up the building, and what will be left is a pile of rubble containing unharmed Beskar that you can then just take.
yeah.
Also, I'm pretty sure that other group is gonna bite us in the butt later too.
Well,
Oh, yeah.
it's
Oh
a
yeah,
good
no, I
thing
probably
that-
made I was like, I don't know how this is gonna go. It could make things way worse or way better. I think on the whole now I'm gonna go with worse.
Yep.
It's a good thing that Gar is here for a good time, not a long time.
I thought you were going to go about that differently, but it's
Yeah, I did
interesting the
too.
way you went about it.
I'll put it. One of the say, I look forward to doing business with you, and I hold that up.
Yeah, and he looks at you and he says,
Kid,
"We look forward to doing business with you too," and hangs up on you.
you know what? I don't want to count our chickens, but
Better could have gone worse.
there is sequel potential, you know?
For sure, yeah.
There's
If we live.
I'm just saying, if some of us make it, that's the Nar'Shadaa Shuffle Part 2. Electric, now we're working
Boogaloo.
for the Pikes Boogaloo.
yeah.
Our
It would
heads
have been
on
way
pikes.
better if Dash hadn't lied to us. Because
Writes
then
itself.
Heads on pikes.
they would have been like, the Pikes would have been like, oh yes, you're fulfilling that deal. Good to hear that Dash hasn't betrayed us. Awesome. We'll
Yeah, I mean,
not kill him now.
way to name drop a person you really know nothing about. You know?
When you did that, I was like,
didn't
oh
trust it.
no. You never give who you're working for to somebody.
Except that puts a target on Dash's back, which is good because that
That's
mother
also
effer.
that is like-
Every time we do deals with him, there's always something else.
True. Fair
Well,
enough.
it is.
Yeah,
Nar'Shadaa
I
Shuffle
considered
gambling.
I considered the association. I'm like, I want to associate to demonstrate that like this is the best score we're delivering. That guy's best score, the best score for that guy.
This is the
and-
best car you're looking for.
Yeah, and then, but then also be like, I'm working with him, and I'm the one getting you the best score. Just remember that.
I
Like
would've
I'm
been like,
working with him, and I'm getting you
I'm
the
his
best score.
prisoner. Help. He's got the best scar. That's what I would have done.
I could have tried that, and then they would have been like, oh, we gotta go in there. There's no one else to do it.
Yeah, you find yourself once again alone in the office. Is there anything else you want to do? make worse.
I mean, let's look over the place for like secret things, like because he probably has a safe in here as well as one in his apartment. So
Yeah.
you know.
Where are you looking? The main three places are the bookshelf, the desk, and the monitor.
Bookshelf. No one ever touches the books, like especially not visitors. There might be
Sure.
pull a book thing open.
Yeah, you go over to the bookshelf.
I'd do that. If I had that kind of money. Absolutely nothing.
Yeah, unfortunately, you can't tell anything about this bookshelf. It just looks like books. You know, you don't deal with books. Most people don't.
Just pull it down. Oh wait, you don't have brawn.
You are crushed by the books. You die. Critical damage.
That's
Death by knowledge.
the end of Ithona's story.
Yep, the end.
Also,
You
it's
are
like the
crushed.
rocks falling
I mean,
on you, but instead it's
Considering
just books.
considering what he just did, that might be the least painful fate he could now face.
Yeah, you can't tell anything about the bookshelf at all.
Okay.
You could call more people.
I
Yeah, try
could
to
call.
call
I
us.
was just thinking I could call the other guy. Be like, "Help! He's kidnapped me. He has the best car." Would I just call every crime syndicate in this guy's contact list and call them to his apartment,
Honestly,
and then we just go home. Someone will get the best car.
I need the best car.
I mean, look, that's your prerogative.
That's
Oh,
all
you're
of our
problem.
prerogative. We're here to
no,
get the
that's
best
your
car.
problem. You're
My
trying
pro-
to betray us. We know it's fine.
My only obligation that pertains to specifically this objective is to get the best car,
Yeah.
or to make sure that it gets to its end person.
Exactly.
If I know that they're on their way to pick it up, I'm like, all right.
Can I check who else is in the communicator? Like who else I could contact with it?
Sure.
I don't know if I'll know anybody, but like I don't know. Maybe he puts the contacts in as like
Call his
what
mom.
crime syndicate they're in. Also,
Someone's
it
like,
would be
"Call his
hilarious.
mom."
Like, can I call Dash on this? Because that'd be funny.
Do you know how to reach Dash? Do you like? I guess you would. Yeah, sure. Of course you can.
Actually, would I want to? Because like I'm tempted to call him and then just hold
Do
up
it.
a sign saying "You liar," but I don't know if that will help us at
Do
all.
it. Do it. Do it. Just do it.
But then he has Dash's information, so just put it that way, you know.
Just do it.
Not good.
What you notice is on the holo transceiver, there are only a few actual numbers loaded in. One is to a character named Jorgo the Hutt. One is to a trade prince of the Black Sun. And one is to the pike you just talked to. And another is to a restricted access Crimson Dawn number.
Ooh.
Okay. Yeah, he just got a fine selection of people who will kill you if you say the wrong words to them.
Pretty much.
I'm out of my depth here. I'm sure there's brilliant ways I could play this game.
Get them all to attack and be in the same place.
And
fighting
that's
over
what
the
I'm
same
like. Is
thing.
it like, do I just call them all in? Do I just like do I tell them all a different story and just create as much chaos as possible? Can I have the break to think about it?
Sure. Yeah. I think it's probably a great time. Let's take our break. I'll hand it over to Maggie and let you make some important choices.
You
It's
do
like
whatever
closing
you
scene,
do whatever you
closing
think
scene
is
before
best.
it cuts to closing scene before it cuts is like it's on a looking at the selection and then like cracking his knuckles. There we go, and then we cut.
Oh, I like it. Right. Well, we'll see you after our break. We'll have some lovely fan art up on the screen if you'd like to check that out. We recommend that y'all stretch your legs, get yourself a drink. I might get an alcoholic beverage because I'm not prepared for what's going to happen next.
That kind of day.
I've driven them to
That kind of
drink.
day. And we will see you after a short, like 8 to 10 minute break, depending on what people need. Bye. All right, everyone. Welcome back to Star Wars The Nar'Shadaa Shuffle, Episode 3, Part 2. We're fine. Everything's just great. No one's trapped inside someone's basement that has tons of droids who are combat-oriented, and we're totally not trying to sneak into a casino tycoon's penthouse. Nope. And yeah. It's fine.
So I've had a think.
Can't wait for this.
It's gonna be great.
I've got some ideas, and in general they may just make things worse. But you know, chaos is a ladder. We'll probably find some way.
Do we need to play the theme song to Ghostbusters? Who are you gonna call?
Everyone on the list.
Every syndicate.
I'm here for it. You do you, man.
Yeah, who are you calling first? What are
Okay.
you
Oh,
gonna do?
one thing. It turns out I can use a stim application on myself. It just wasn't in like the shortened version of the
Okay.
the rules. So
Yeah, what are
first
you
things
gonna-
first, I want to raise my cunning because it might matter in a second.
Great.
So
Roll
I got to
for
make
that skill.
a 3 difficulty medicine.
3 difficulty. Bless.
This is legit about to turn into the Star Wars Smoking Aces thing that one of our friends has always dreamed of. Make it happen, Jesse.
No, you don't.
Absolutely nothing. Wow.
Yeah, it does not. You've done this too many times. You would have to take like 8 shots, man.
Wow. Built up an immunity, huh?
Okay, I take 1 strain from doing that, and then everything remains as it was before. Sure. Okay.
All right.
Could
who
have
do you
been
call?
worse.
What are you gonna? What? Let me see this plan of yours. I'm very
Okay.
excited.
I want to call the Huts.
Okay. You dial in Jorgo the Hutt, and as you do, you see before you a droid, and in the background, you see something else. But I will let you perceive that if you would like, or you can just talk to the droid.
We'll try to perceive.
Great.
A perception check. You see nothing.
Absolutely no. I rolled so many null rolls. That's the
Yes.
third one in a row.
I feel so bad. It's because your eyes, they just stay open all the time. You're just like...
The bug-eyed droid looks at you and says, "Who do I have the pleasure of talking to?"
I love him.
Right. I do like the wave and then the one moment, and then I put a message in the data pad. And the message says, okay, I remembered his name's Thandevan. What's the surname?
Sar, Thundevan Sar.
Okay. I'm a prisoner of Thandevan Sar. I have some information of great importance to your boss.
Yeah, he says, "My master is currently busy." And he turns around and he says, "Master." And you can hear the Hutt saying something to someone else, but you did not perceive what it was because it's fuzzy
Oh, no.
by the hollow transmissions.
Oh, there's someone else involved in this as well.
Dash.
There's always a bigger fish.
Oh, it could be Dash. That'd be brilliant. Considering that this could make things way more complicated, the message will say, "It is extremely urgent. 40 bars of Beskar are on the line."
Yeah, you hold it up, but the droid is turned away from you, talking with its master.
I wait for them to turn back around. And like, okay.
Sure. Do you want
I
to perceive
perceive again?
anything? Yeah, go
If
for
I can
it.
try again, then
Yeah, it's gonna be harder, but you can try. You can use a force
I-
point.
Once
We've
all the
still only
black
got one.
die.
it's not gonna make a difference. Like I'm either gonna be extremely lucky or fail. Fail.
Nope, you notice nothing. It's far too fuzzy of a connection. And
Do I take
the
2 strain
droid
from that?
yes. The droid turns
Okay.
back around to you and
Oh,
says,
it's only 1. Haha.
"My master is currently busy."
I underline. I point aggressively at 40 Beskar.
Yeah, and he says, "Noted," and turns off the call.
Okay. Let's go ahead with the rest of the plan anyway. I'm gonna call the Black Sun.
Yeah, you dial into the connection that is listed under Trade Prince Ghoul, and it is busy.
Oh, all these blooming crime lords with their meetings and appointments and calls. You can't blooming get a hold of them. Do I have to book in?
Tell me you think that out loud.
No, that's too risky. If there is someone that can hear me, I don't want to give away the fact that I'm currently betraying Sandevin. Yeah, he could be on a call with the hut as well. That'd be funny. just this is a conference call of all these people I'm trying to contact right now. Do I know if these factions are on good terms with each other? Like, would they collaborate on anything, or would they all kill each other over 40 Beskar?
Like that's a streetwise.
I would need
roll.
you to roll a streetwise or an underworld lore roll or knowledge underworld roll.
I'll try for Underworld.
Great, go for it. What you know of these crime groups is that they compete for interests, right? They are, for as long as they have existed, like the Falleen run different control of the core worlds, the Huts control a lot of the outer rim, the Pikes have a whole area of Pike space, which includes places like the Kessel, the Kessel, like Kessel, and yeah, all of these different groups control different things. Crimson Dawn is known to be the most shadowy of these organizations. Yeah, it's they all have different stakes and things, but you do know from this check that, strangely enough, much like cable companies in the United States, they never cross each other's territory.
If they do by accident, do they come to blows, or do they work it out?
You don't know that from a knowledge check. You just know what's in the books.
They don't usually step on each other's toes, but we're in a situation right now where multiple of these groups are owed 40 bars of Beskar, and there are only 40. I mean, I guess I can still just try and call them all in and see what happens. Yeah, let's call the Crimson Dawn. Let's do that. Let's see how that goes.
Yeah. You call the Crimson Dawn and a password appears.
Damn it.
Take a guess.
I mean, can I do like a computer's roll or something? Or...
I mean, this. You could do a computer's roll to see if you could type it in, but it wouldn't be like, you would have to know this password. Like, if you want to guess, it's just gonna be extremely hard, right? Like, it's just gonna be a difficult roll.
I'll try and guess. What kind of roll would it be?
Maybe you need to look around the room.
Skullduggery would be like hacking.
No, that's still computers.
Oh yeah, computer.
Skullduggery is sleight of hand.
I feel like it'd be like a perception or something. Which I'm terrible at. It would never work. I should probably just not bother. We'll leave that one, unless we can't get the Crimson Dawn involved.
Yeah, I mean, if it helps you in the future, the password is 3 words in Orabesh. The first one's 3 characters, the second one's 3 characters, and the last one is 5 characters.
Okay. I'm gonna go back to trying to contact the hut. Maybe he's finished his meeting.
Yeah, you call the hut, and again the droid appears, and the hut is in the background, still talking to someone. And the droid says,
"Perception again."
Sure. It's gonna be just as, like, even harder than before.
It's not gonna happen, is it?
The droid says to you, "What do you want?"
The message will read, "The matter is extremely urgent. I suspect if you do not alert your master to it, he'll have you scrapped when he finds out."
My master has been alerted.
Oh, and like as in like I told him and he said no.
He just says his master's been alerted. You can make a different perception check on him, which will reset perception check. But if you're trying
On
to
the
read the
droid?
room, it's extremely difficult now.
Like a perception on the droid.
Yeah, to see if he is telling the truth, if he did it.
Yeah, I'll give it a shot. He might have been
Sure.
told to fob me off. Be nice to know.
You can't tell. You can't
Damn
tell
it,
if he's just telling to piss off or not.
Just a threat. Have I taken strain for these last two rolls?
Oh, yes. You've taken
Ah.
4 strain. Actually,
3.
yeah, 3.
Yeah, I'm up to 6
'Cause
now
he's able to
total.
remove one.
Yeah, because the 2 he only takes 1.
But on the ones, he still has to take 1.
Yep. At the minimum of 1 he has to take.
Mm-hmm.
Damn it! How I want to make a roll, but like, will it work for a droid? Can you persuade? I mean, I can try.
You can persuade anything. It just comes down to if you can overcome their difficulty.
Yeah.
Hey, I tried that before.
Would it be coercion to try and convince them to put me through?
Yes.
you're
You
threatening,
could
okay.
coerce him, but you have to explain like what he gets out of it.
Yeah. I mean, I already mentioned the 40 best score, and that didn't bloody work. What do I do from there?
Threaten him, just like you
Oh,
said.
wait, no. I just started saying what I was gonna say to the hut. I write a message saying, your master is about to be betrayed by a key ally. His life is at stake. Hold that up.
Yeah, roll for me.
Where'd it go? Coercion, badoop. A
Nope,
fail and
does
an
not work.
advantage. God
Yeah.
damn it!
The droid says, "We are aware of these accusations."
At least you get to heal a strain with that advantage.
I guess I'll leave a message then. We'll try that. And I just write what I was gonna write and hope that it gets sent.
Mm-hmm. What were you gonna write?
It's going to be Sandevan Sar is about to betray your master and make off with the 40 Beskar intended to pay off the Empire, leaving you open to the Empire. You will see that his shuttle has just left the casino at some speed.
Okay. Yeah, the droid
Recommends
The droid,
take action.
yeah, the droid nods, and then shuts down the call.
Ithona shrugs. He's done what he can. Tried his best.
Anything else you want to do in this office?
I mean, I could try the Black Sun again. They might have finished their call.
Anything else you want to look at? Anything you want to perceive?
I'll do another look around the room. Let's see if I can spot any, like, has he got some drawers full of secret gubbins? Or, like, you know, is there a safe behind a picture?
You have
Sure,
that data pad thing, right? You can use that now. Nobody's
You
watching
have again, you have the wall with the monitor, you have the desk, and you have the bookshelf.
Yeah, well, I'll search the desk.
Great. Give me a perception check of the desk.
Fail an advantage again.
You don't recognize anything that could be useful to you on the desk. However, the
I
desk
wish I had
itself
stats.
the desk itself is unique, and maybe you have a knowledge check that you could recognize something about the desk.
Oh, yeah. Would this be lore or, like, Outer Rim or Xenology?
I mean, you could do. I would say xenology.
Well, knowledge is the category.
Yeah.
Wait, can I do lore?
Oh, I would say, yeah. I mean, you can do lore. There's a lot of things as long as you can tell me what you're trying to do. This desk is very interesting. While you recognize nothing on it as being useful, the desk itself is quite interesting.
Yeah, I feel like lore makes sense to kind of understand like where this comes from and
Sure.
what its purpose might be.
Mm-hmm.
Hit
Excellent.
and advantage.
All right.
I need to be
So
spending these advantages. I keep not doing that.
Just
the
use them to heal your strain.
Oh yeah, can I have used all of those that I just got to heal straight?
yes, of course.
Yeah.
Although you recognize nothing on the desk as being useful, your background does help you recognize the desk itself. The top is made of solid gold, but the base, the legs holding it up, are lopsided and strange looking. One appears to be kind of a pyramid, and one appears to be the shard of something cut off from a bigger piece of stone. But what you recognize is that all of these legs holding the table up have strange markings on them. And you're not sure how Van Devin would have gotten these, but you recognize these symbols as being ancient and old and probably belonging to one of the many Sith homeworlds.
Ah.
Uh-oh.
Okay. Yeah. Guy's got a Sith desk and just ran away. That's we're in a great situation right now.
I mean, honestly, we're in a better situation than he is. It's fun to watch him fail a bunch of rolls.
He's got
Chat,
nothing going
the
for him.
legs are 4 stacks of 10 pieces of Beskar.
By the way, I was like,
was
if you're like,
hoping
you
that that's what
noticed
it would
that
be.
it's, I was like, oh my god, what a
That's
fun.
so funny.
If it was Beskar table legs, I'm like, I take the legs. Let's get out of here.
If just like soloed this entire mission on his own by being captured, we all just die being idiots.
Yeah, you recognize that this is ancient Sith. Not like the dark, like we're evil bad guys, but like the species of Sith that used to exist long ago.
Okay. You know what? I feel like I don't need to call the Crimson Dawn. I feel like they're already on their way. I think we're good on that one. Yeah. I'm gonna start looking for a way out. Let's do that.
Why not look at the last thing that's in the room that Jesse gave you the chance to look at?
The monitor? I mean, I guess I can have a look at the monitor and see if there's anything interesting.
Sure. Give me a perception check of this monitor area.
Hey!
Whoa! Yeah,
Hit two
you notice that the monitor itself takes up only a small portion of this wall, and there happen to be a lot of like gears and gizmos and doodads and lights, and you recognize that 90% of this is superfluous.
Only
What about the
90%,
10%?
Well, that is obviously going to the monitor, but everything else is a facade.
Okay. Interesting. The controls that do go to the monitor, do any of them seem interesting? Is it all just tell me what's going on? Tell me where I'm making money? Is it all just like
I mean,
that?
you can do a computer or mechanics check on this wall to see that.
Let's do a computer.
Yeah.
Hit.
You begin to futz around with the Dobbs and dials,
The Dobbs and Niles.
the Dobbs and Niles, and you realize that one of the switches is connected to nothing.
But didn't I find that like 90% of them were connected to nothing already?
Right, but this one is on the monitor.
Yeah.
Oh, this one is like looks like it is meant to do something, but it doesn't
Right.
seem like.
Yes.
I mean, I flick it because it's funny.
Yeah,
It'll
as
do
you-
something weird somewhere.
1 second. I think
As
my
you-
internet is
okay.
dripping out.
Oh no!
Derby Internet, no.
Ah!
I mean, the stream looks fine on my end.
Give me.
They're saying it's been stuttering for a minute.
Been stuttering for a minute.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Yeah, I
You
don't
make
see
one
any
joke about
stuttering.
internet
I know.
companies and cable companies.
Are you
and they're
sure they're
like,
not
It's your
revenue-
fault, Jesse. No, my internet's been having problems. It seems like it's resolved, but hold on a second.
Well, I was gonna ask if it was Bentham because Bentham has been stuttering.
Oh, Bentham's been stuttering. Well, I'm the one
in
running
the
the.
Zoom
I-
call.
I'm the one running the stream, so.
But I mean, Bentham on the
my
call.
my fiance said
Yeah,
it's
they
probably
were
his
saying
fault.
that. Yeah, they were
It
saying the
should be
stream
good
was
now.
buffering.
Yeah, he said it was
Stop
his fault.
downloading.
No, he's working on
Star
our
Wars
game.
erotica.
He's working on our game, so I'm guessing he was like downloading a build or something like that.
Yeah.
Trying to download more RAM.
He's like
it's
Gamorrean
good. He said it's good now,
guard
so-
erotica. I get it. I understand.
Go ahead. You guys were having
Okay.
a great conversation, and I didn't want it to like them not to be able to hear it.
Yeah,
You're good.
not knowing what the switch does, I flick it because it'll do something somewhere, and that's hilarious.
Yeah, the wall opens.
Ah! Nailed it. Okay. What's in there?
Inside is a small room, poorly lit, with a table, a metal table in the middle, and 2 chairs. Along the wall, you can see a safe.
Nice. I go look at the safe.
Mm-hmm. The safe appears to be multi-locked with several combinations needed to access.
Okay. Am I looking at like a computers to work at this?
Yeah, I mean you can slice it, dude. Computer is just gonna be hard. And yeah, go for it.
Use a
Alright.
light side maybe at this point.
This is probably the moment, isn't it?
It's probably the moment.
I'm gonna spend a light side to give myself a die.
Sure. There you go. Spend that light side point.
A bunch of advantage and nothing else.
Also make sure you click light side. Use light side.
Oh right, yeah.
Yeah, you simply cannot get inside this. It is far too difficult and complicated. You can make other checks though.
Mechanics.
God, I'm so worried. Jesse
Oh, yeah,
has
could I-
5
could I
dark
do-
side now.
Could I do mechanics and carry over some stuff from?
Yeah, I'll give
my
you a blue.
advantage?
Go nuts. Go nuts.
Is there anything else I can add?
Yeah, you try to hack your way into it, you can't. So maybe there's something else you can do.
Okay, if I roll mechanics, can I spend 1 advantage to add a blue and then 1 to or I don't know if there's anything else I can stack against it. Because I guess the blue to any allied character's next check. Oh no, including that on the active's character. Oh yeah, I can spend 3 advantage to get myself 2 blue dice for the next check.
Great. Go for it.
All right, I'm gonna do that on a mechanics roll.
All right, let's see. All right.
2 hits,
Yeah,
2 success or
Explain
advantage.
how you
That's what
hack
it
into
is.
this. Explain, or I guess break into this safe. What does that look like?
Okay, yeah. Seeing this open, Thono cracks his knuckles and like heads over there. And I guess initially he like, I don't know if there's computer elements, but like he tries to like break into the system and that doesn't work out. But he works out a few things about the lock, and instead he probably does it like. Is it like a turny thing? Is there I guess there's some kind of mechanical component, so I guess he's able to like do the Star Wars safe equivalent of like putting his ear to it and then being like click. Click.
Yeah, and it pops open. Inside, you see several comms units, but no credits and no Beskar.
God damn it. That's it? Just some comms units?
Several different comms units, yeah.
I mean, I pocket them all. They might have useful numbers in them. I mean, can I check them? Can I see like
Yeah,
what the contacts on them are?
They are all, from what you can tell, low grade, easily disposable comm units.
Just burns.
Burner comms. Yeah.
And every single one has a direct link to one source.
The same source every time?
Every time it has one number punched in to every single one for a quick dial.
And do I know what the number is?
I mean, you can see it, but you don't know what the number is.
You could
It
buzz
has
them
no
and
name
have them
associated with
answer.
it.
Yeah, but then I guess it'll just be a.
You only get the info because they'll probably trash it afterwards.
Yeah, I'll hear a voice, and that'll be that. They won't. They'll know that they've been called supposedly by him, but Chaos is a ladder. I press the button on one of them. I call them.
Call them all, baby.
Yeah, you call the number and you hear a tonal beep, and the other end picks up, and you can hear breathing. It sounds very feminine, but it does not answer.
Damn.
And it stays on the line for several moments.
Yeah. Did I have any of my gear taken away from me when I came to the casino or when I went to the upper floor?
No, they just let you keep it all.
Do I still have my blaster then?
Yeah, I would imagine.
How well insulated does this room seem to be?
Well insulated. This is like there's Durasteel surrounding all of it, even the floor and ceiling.
Okay, I just hold out the comlink and hold out my blaster and just fire some shots off.
Yeah, and the breathing remains steady. And on the other end, you finally hear in a very monotonish female voice, "Well, it appears Than Devon's no longer with us. What a shame."
I carry on listening in case there's anything else.
And then, yeah, you I mean, you can give a perception check. Maybe you hear something in the background of this call.
Yeah, let's try that.
Let me remove your 2 blue die. Go for it.
You have 2 upgrades. You get a blue die for that, right?
I mean, he nailed it. It looks like so.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll take that stress. Strain.
You hear in the background, marching, like multiple boots on hard metal surfaces.
Ooh.
Okay. Like anything about like what kind of boots? Like, can I tell that it's like not?
I mean,
know,
you would have
droids.
to roll on some other kind of check, like a
How precise are those? Is that
very
boot work?
precise. They are.
Yeah,
Marching
we're on the
precise.
same page.
Is there any noise playing in the background?
Unfortunately,
Now that
they're not
Solo
in-
has made it,
there are no recruiting
Someone's
center
just humming.
noises.
Someone's humming.
Um,
Da, da, da,
Yeah,
da,
I
da,
need
da.
you. I need you to roll for me some sort of knowledge check if you want to know what kind of boots these are.
Let's push it. Let's see.
Knowledge lore, I guess.
Lore. I'm guessing lore.
Sure.
Two hits and a advantage.
But you can't say for certain exactly what kind of boots they are. You know that it sounds very similar to any sort of Imperial officer or Imperial stormtrooper, or just the cadence and step of someone from the Empire's military divisions.
Okay, good. That's another faction. Good. we got 2.5 factions. That's pretty nice. Yeah, well, that seemed to work. I just leave it. Like I just keep hold of it until they hang up.
Yeah.
I don't make noise because I've made it sound like St. Devon's been killed, I guess.
They do not hang up. In fact, you can hear clicking as if some terminal is being accessed.
I keep it on me. I just like, in case anything else interesting happens, and I just yeah, so there's nothing else in the safe. Is there anything else in this
Do
small
you keep
room
it
apart
on
from
though?
I leave it on because like I imagine
Okay.
just to keep up the appearance. If I start doing things that make noise, then I'll move it away from me so that they don't hear that and start to suspect. But otherwise, I just think it's an open comm of a Than Devon who's been shot and killed and is on the
Okay.
floor somewhere.
All right.
Yeah, but I check the rest of the room. I guess there's nothing here.
Nope.
All right. I head back to the main office and I look for a way out.
Yeah, the only way out is the front, is like the double doors.
I take a look at them, see if I can hack it or
They don't
just
appear
open
to
it
be
or whatever.
locked.
God, this guy is really bad at security.
I mean, I think he thought he was about. He's a up shit creek, so I imagine he's just like
yeah, it's
making
probably
a
that
break
point.
for it.
I walk out. I walk down the corridor. Let's just,
Yeah,
let's go
there's
for a
no
wander.
droids there. You see no one around. There is no security on this floor at all.
Can I like open any of the doors in on the floor then and like just put my
They're
head
all
round?
they're all security locked.
Okay, that's fair. I guess I head for the elevator then if that's the only place I can go.
Sure. You head towards the turbo lift, and you can already hear the noise of the casino, almost as if nothing that happened up here is affecting anything happening below. And you may proceed down.
I just walk out of the front door.
Yeah, you walk out the front door. Meanwhile,
Oh, I do.
Down
I
below-
leave.
yeah.
I leave the communicator. But when I get to the elevator, I just drop the communicator on the floor by the elevator and then leave.
okay, yeah. Meanwhile, outside, approaching the entrance of the apartment complex, are our other three characters.
We're going
pull-
down, right? And we're going under and up. That's our
Yeah, I
plan?
mean, you're like at the main ground floor, which is actually not the ground. It's like one of the many layer plates of this world. And yeah, you approach the entrance. What's the plan?
What do we see? We case the joint
Uh,
with some perception.
Yeah, give me a perception check.
Do you,
Do you juice it a blue?
I will juice it for you. Go for it.
Okay, alphabetical. Ow.
No, you see nothing of note here. There's just an entrance.
is it always with a blue extra, Davis?
If he uses his binoculars.
Oh, okay.
No, because of ultra sensory.
Oh, that's right, because his
Because you can
no
add that to your
horn-
dice automatically by putting in the modifier section. You could do B, like 1B, and it'll automatically do that for you.
Oh, okay. I think last time I like put it in the wrong place, but
I believe it's also supposed to only be for sound things. Is the blue?
Well,
Oh.
no matter what,
If
he
it's
noticed
specific, then it's
nothing
fine.
of.
it
of
just
any value.
said in the instruction. I wrote it down. Keep going while I look it up.
Yeah, you notice nothing, Gar, of any importance that you think is important. The rest of you can roll for sure if you think there's something that you might see.
We're just far away looking at the apartment complex, right?
I mean, yeah, you're like across the street basically from the entrance.
All right.
Yeah, it just says a blue for any perception or vigilance check. It doesn't have to be.
Gotcha. I just remember reading it on that sheet because I thought about being your character, but that makes
Well,
sense.
it is an ultra. It's like my ultrasonic senses, not like I
Yeah.
only detect ultrasonic senses.
Yeah, I'll roll a perception. Why not? You know?
Ooh. Yeah, you notice that inside the front door there are two non-threatening looking droids dressed as kind of butlers standing at the entrance in sort of a welcoming, it's kind of like one hand out waiting for someone to enter. And further on within, you can see that behind a desk a Rhodian is standing with a data pad, staring down at it, lost in work.
Doesn't seem like they give much mind, but there are two droids standing at the door and a guy with a data pad, so we might have to check in with him. So I guess that would be your cue, son.
What I think we should do is exude confidence about this. Go and tell him that you're a special guest for Van Devin and that you already have the key. You just need to know where the service elevator is.
And we're just escorting her, correct?
I mean, I feel like people have bodyguards.
I don't think y'all will have to talk. I should have this under control, but if I don't, you know what to do.
I'll be ready to talk. And he taps his blaster and also nods at Gar.
She's gonna change her color to purple. and walk up.
How dare you? I hate that. I hate that that exists, and I love it at the same time.
Perhaps
Um,
Gar, perhaps you should take the front.
He will.
Yeah, you walk up, son, to the desk. The two droids, as you three walk by, say at the exact same time, "Welcome."
She like kind of like nods her head and continues walking.
Yeah, the Rhodian looks up at you again because you have ludicrous presence. He looks up and is like a little taken aback. You've got your outfit from the casino on, so he's like, "Oh my!" Right? Greetings.
Hello. Could you point me in the direction of the service elevator?
The service elevator. Why?
I was told to use it.
For what purpose?
Discretion.
I'm sorry, I do not follow.
She leans forward closer, kind of motions her finger to like move him closer to her.
His big like donger nose, like snoot, kind of like gets really close to you, and you can like feel his heavy breath on your face.
Probably doesn't smell too good.
And she says, "I'm here to visit Van Devonsar."
He backs away. He's like, "Oh my, yes, okay. I just don't know. I just don't know if I'm allowed to let you use the service elevator."
I already have a key. She like holds up her key.
Oh,
Give it to me, and then she puts it back in her pocket. I just need
well,
to know where it is. I'm sorry, I'm a little
Yeah.
lost.
give me a charm roll.
All right,
Let's see if you charm this guy.
I'm definitely spending the 2 strain.
Okay,
And so upgrade my roll, please.
I did. Oh wait, hold on. No, it doesn't matter. Give me 1 sec. There you go. Do it now.
All right, good to roll?
Mm-hmm.
No!
Oh, he
I
does
didn't get
not
anything.
appear
I
to
got
be charmed by
advantage.
you at all.
Oh!
He seems more nervous than charmed. He's like, I just don't. I usually letting people up to Van Devon's penthouse is very it's restricted, and this is unusual. He doesn't have a lot of ladies over.
I'm assuming
Quill's-
that's why he's
Throw
had
him under
me
the bus.
here.
What now? What was that, Quill?
Oh, I was gonna say Quill was gonna. I work for him, sir. I'm here to escort her to make sure she is safe and that she arrives up there. He'll have your head if you don't let us up there.
But oh jeez. I need you to roll deception
Yeah, or intimidate, or like
or intimidation. That's true. This is
coercion, yeah.
intimidation. Yeah.
Coercion.
I have the option. I'm gonna do deception.
All right. You're trying to deceive him.
All right, you got it set.
Yeah, you're good. Yeah, he's a little freaked out
Take 2 stress.
by this. He believes that you work for him, and he's like, I guess that explains the key card. Oh, okay. Just look, I didn't let you in there. If you get in trouble, and he's kind of like backs away and points you towards the elevator.
Thank you kindly. And she kind of smiles at Quill, winks, and walks towards the.
You see
Elevator.
no expression from him, and he takes his place as a guard because he has a mask on.
Yeah, the big eyes of the Rhodian kind of like look at you and flicker as the group of you
Can I
walks
boop his
towards
snout?
you.
Just because I feel
you
like there
do.
needs to be a good.
It is a
Snoot.
little wet. It's a little wet and slimy.
Gonna
But,
Yeah.
boot the snoot.
The boot, the snoot.
and
We
he
need
and he
the
goes
gift.
and kind of like backs away. And if a Rhodian can blush, he blushes a little.
Awesome. We walk
Yeah.
to the elevator and we use our key, and hopefully it works.
Yeah, you go to the giant turbo lift and swipe the key. It opens. You can see it's a cargo elevator. It's designed for all sorts of support stuff, probably moving in and out as well if that's a thing.
Is there anything
And-
in the elevator?
No, it's just a big open space. And
There's not
it's-
just handily a cart there that we can. I'm just kidding. I'm just
unfortunately no carts. Yeah, you you walk into the elevator. What's the plan?
Go up to the top floor.
Okay.
Right. That's
Yeah.
what I'm assuming.
Yeah, you go up to the top floor, and after a few short moments, you arrive at the top, and the doors open to the penthouse level, and standing before you, at the end of the hall, is one of the giant droids.
Oh, fun.
I think when the door opens, she just looks to the other two and she's like, "Well, I think this is your forte."
I'm guessing we're gonna have to roll initiative here.
I don't know. What are you gonna do?
Well, is there anything else about the hallway that we can perceive? Any like?
It is
other-
literally a long hallway with white, ornately stenciled walls and one door at the very end.
Do we
that
see
is the
security
entrance.
cameras or anything?
Give me a perception check. Do you see security cameras?
This is all you, Gar.
I mean, we
My
can all
guy's tucked into the side hiding.
depending on how perceptive I am. Maybe we need. Okay.
You can all roll perception. I am not good at it, so
I'm already at the point to where Jesse's just gonna be make Tyler pass out, make Tyler pass out, make Tyler pass out.
Where's the? How do I add the blue thing to this thing you guys said?
I'll
The
just add it.
modifier?
Don't worry about it. I got it.
Okay.
Yeah, we can worry about that after.
I can
this.
show you in the after show.
There we
Yeah,
go.
you notice that there are no security cameras here, almost as if he doesn't want people to have access to security camera footage ever. There's just one droid standing at the end.
Can I use my extra advantages to heal anybody's strain?
You can heal your own, but no one else.
Yeah,
I can't heal his.
people's.
Okay.
You could
No.
pass a blue die to one of us on our next check, your chosen person.
Okay.
Whether that be Maggie or Maggie's character son or me, that's your choice.
Probably Quill, because if we're gonna try to like stealthily kill this thing or try to get rid of
Can
it.
We
can I just
schmooze
pass it to the next? Is there a way to just pass it to whoever goes next?
Yeah,
Without having
yeah.
to specify?
Yeah.
I'll just do that.
I believe you can pass two that way because it's usually only one advantage. But Jesse, you can correct me if I'm wrong.
Oh, because it's not specific.
Yeah, specific.
You can
uses
get one for
two.
one.
Correct, and one is passing. I don't know if you can pass two or not with two advantage. I would think so because then
Two
you use all the
is
advantage.
to any allied character next check.
I thought it was one. Was
One is
passing.
to the next allied character's next check.
Yep.
Oh, never mind. That's if you have a triumph.
Well, it's either or. There's a
Oh yeah, it's an
advantage
or
a
either or.
slash.
You're right.
Yeah.
It's 2 or 1.
So I would think you can use both of them and pass two blue die to the next check.
You'd have to have
Whoever's
3
next check is.
total.
No, you wouldn't because if it costs one just to pass it, can't he just pass one twice?
Yes, you're right. If he has 2, he can use each one to do next allied. So 2 plus 2 blue dice to the next
Correct.
allied character. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just do that. I'll just pay
All
it
right.
forward.
So that means that Quill is going next. Quill, what are you doing?
Is it me or is it Son? Do you want to try and schmooze a droid to get past this
I don't
droid?
think I can.
or-
I tried to schmooze with a droid before, and I rolled extensively well, and he still didn't. I think I had a triumph, and he still didn't come with like.
All right, I
Give
will
me the
approach
thing.
this
Give me the
droid
deal.
out in front, and I'll just.
Oh,
simply
I'll
say-
take the. I thought. Sorry, I'm not in the lead at this.
I'll
point.
take the front. If I'm going first, you might as well let me use the 2 blue because I don't think you can pass it to yourself.
Oh, okay.
You could take the lead if you want, but I mean, I'm gonna
If
try
I
and talk.
take the lead, do those 2 blues go to the next person after me?
Correct.
Well, it's whatever the next roll is. If it's
Well,
someone
the
else.
language says allied, Jesse. I don't know.
right, no, it's whatever the next roll that someone else does that you are
Okay.
passing on to. Yeah.
What Gar thinks is the way to do, since he notices there's no security thing, is he was just gonna walk up and then try to just attack, but like just go straight for the droid, assuming that he doesn't like say anything, you know.
Yeah, because blasters make a lot of noise. Melee, a little less noise.
Yeah, I got a vibro axe, so that was what he was good. That's what Gar's plan is to
I
just
mean-
walk up and take a swing.
I mean, we're
Don't
in a
look
moment
like
where
he's
we're in an
walking up.
elevator looking at each other, Gar. Do you take the lead?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, you walk up to this droid, and it's just standing there looking at you. Its black face and red eyes staring down at you. As you get closer, you realize exactly how big this thing is, and we'll put him here as you get closer. And he's just kind of staring at you.
I mean, does anybody have any reservations?
I mean,
for me just trying to take him out with a vibro axe.
I think that's the only way we're going to be able to get through it.
That's what I think too. I think before you hit him, I will go ahead and say, "Excuse me, we're here to see your master."
Yeah, it looks at you and holds out a hand and says,
I don't understand what you just said. Could you please speak normally?
It repeats the exact same phrase that I don't remember what I just said to you. Yeah.
He'll look to Gar and he'll pull his blaster and shoot it.
All right. Give me, you two need to roll cool. Actually, you three need to roll cool because you're prepared.
Okay.
And I will roll vigilance.
Oh, we have to be able to click on all of our minis.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Give me 1 sec. I'll get them.
Oh, that's on the
Yeah, so what you're going to do is you're going to click
go
on
to the combat
you're going to
menu.
click on your token, and then you're going to in combat under initiative, you're going to click the cool option.
Question: can I roll vigilance? Because my vigilance is higher. I don't understand why I couldn't.
You're expecting this. You're doing this.
Yeah,
on purpose.
we're going in with the thought process. So cool is if we're prepared.
All right.
Mhm.
Yeah. Vigilance is if we're not expecting a fight.
3-1 for a PC. 2-0 for a PC. 1 more initiative. Cool.
when I click on it, I'm just given like a bunch of weird circles.
You click on it and then go to your character sheet and click.
Yeah.
Cool.
Click
Initiative. Cool.
combat, and then on initiative you'll see cool and the dice to the far right.
Oh, okay. Initiative, cool. Okay. Yeah, weirdly my vigilance is higher than my cool.
-2. I have a green and a yellow versus just a yellow.
All right, and a 1-0. So a 3-1. All right, let's see what my boy rolls. Come on, killer. Great. Okay, so he goes second. Yeah, the 3-1 I guess is going to be that's going to be you, Quill, because you're firing your shot. So you go first.
Unless Gar wants to hit him first based on that response. I mean, ultimately we can argue either way as far as I'm concerned, but
you have, I mean, since you're the one firing, right?
All right,
You started
I'll do
it.
I'll do it.
You give me 1 second.
I should be in short range.
I mean, yeah, you're all in short range of this guy. So I guess I would move. Well, you're engaged. You're the main person. Let me see here.
And you get 2 blues, right?
That's what
for
I was
this?
just about to add. Yeah.
Yep.
You have your 2 blue die. Go to town.
All right.
That's great, right?
Re-roll that, please. Should only be 1.
Okay, I will hit it again.
Yeah. You do
I wish I had more.
8
advantage.
damage to him. You fire off. You do 8 damage.
Because the other one would have been a crit. I want the other one back.
I'm so sorry. However, you have a blaster crit 3, which means you have 3 successes. That triggers a crit on your blaster pistol.
Oh.
So you hit him for 8 damage, but he has a soak of 5, so he only takes 3 total damage.
Is it 8 or 9 damage? Because I think each
It's
success
6.
counts
It's
as
6
+1.
plus the 2. So the
Okay.
one. So yeah. So just like there's the one you got that's the 6, and the
Okay.
other 2 are the 8.
Okay,
How
that makes
do a
sense.
critical hit to him, and let's see what happens.
I gotta roll a D100.
No, I got it.
Okay.
Remove all boost die from skilled checks until the end of the encounter. All right, that's his crit. But it is his turn now, and he looks at you.
I'm gonna use that advantage to heal strain, by the way.
Okay, and he sees that you are in range. He's gonna walk up to you into engaged, and he's going to hit you with the power of brawl, and this time he's doing it unlike the last person who hit Ithona. This guy's hitting you to actually hurt you, and he's just gonna punch you with his droid hands, and let's see what happens. He hits you for 1 damage. Does that do anything?
Nope, because my soak.
Great.
Didn't do anything.
He's going to forward those blue die onto himself. All right.
And he, because isn't it all
What
his
are
boost die?
Yeah. I don't know what boost die count for.
What do you mean?
He because of his
crit.
crit. He says
Yeah.
remove all boost die from all skill checks until end of encounter.
Yeah, he can't use blue, so
Okay.
don't worry about it.
I got it. Cool.
Yeah,
So
boost
my
die are blue
guy,
dice.
my guy gets punched and he's still standing.
Yep, pretty much. A droid just punched you, and you're good. Who's next? Who is the next person to go?
I believe that's Scar.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a swipe at him with my vibro axe, sweet
Okay.
tooth.
You need to move into melee range to do that.
Oh,
That's fine.
Yeah,
you
use
can just
your
literally
maneuver to
walk
move.
here and hit him.
okay.
Yeah, give me your swing.
All right.
Let's see what else
And
I can do with my- oh, I can aim.
Yeah, you strike at him and you glance off of his armor.
okay, can I give those? I guess like what 3 blue dice to the next roll?
Of course, yeah.
Sweet.
Soon it's your turn.
All right. I think that. Can I shoot? I guess I can shoot my blaster from where I'm at too, right? In the elevator, or like down the hall, like.
You can shoot it down the hall. Yes, I mean you're short range right now,
Mhm.
so you can shoot without a penalty.
Okay, cool. That's what I was wondering. All right,
Great.
I will roll my weapon.
Take your shot.
2
Two
successes.
successes.
7 damage.
Yeah, you do 8 damage to him. He has 5 soak, so you do 3 more damage to this droid.
Yay.
Good work. All right, we cycle back through to whoever wants to go first.
You want to take this, Scar? You're
Sure.
engaged with him.
Yeah, I'm just gonna
I mean,
take.
you're
a-
both in engaged range with him right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think you should go ahead and take it.
Okay. I'm gonna give an impressed look that my first swing didn't break through and take another swing.
All right.
Oh my god.
Yeah, again, it glances off of him.
Oh no. You're supposed to be better at this than me.
You can use your maneuver still because you didn't move to take a guarded stance, which would give him an imposing die if he attacks you.
Sure.
Also, reminder that you can like aim and stuff.
Yep.
Give yourself
That's-
extra blue dice and.
Yep. Those are your maneuver options. Yep.
Aim for like specific.
Yeah, if you don't move, you can use aim instead as your
Yep.
maneuver, and it'll give you an extra blue die to your roll. But you already rolled.
Correct.
I'm just saying
Oh.
in the future.
You
Reminder.
can also the other thing you could do in
That's
this
good to
moment
know.
is you can use your maneuver to assist me and give me a blue die right now.
Okay, yeah. Since I've already swung, I'll assist you.
Okay.
I was moving forward a little bit.
Yeah.
The droid will turn back to you now, Gar, as he sees you as a more constant threat with your swinging axe, and he will go and attempt to punch you. He hits you for 2.
And my soak is 5.
Great. He does no damage to you. Whose turn is it now?
I'll take it.
Yeah, Quill. You
Gar
two are
laughs.
much better at this than I. Well, you're supposed to be much better than I.
I'm going to maneuver to have him in short range so I don't take the penalty for shooting ranged at engaged.
Okay.
And I will shoot.
Take a shot.
I should have a blue die for that assist. Correct.
Take a shot. Yep.
All right. Shabam.
Yeah, you hit him
Crit again.
once again for 8, and you get another crit. You do 3 more damage. 1,
Nice.
2, 3. And your crit does not perform free maneuver next turn. So next turn, he literally can't chase you down. Okay, your turn, Maggie.
All right. I'm gonna use a maneuver to give myself a blue die. If you could.
Sure.
And. Sorry, I was. My other. And I will shoot. 1 success. For 7 damage.
You do 2 damage to him. 1, 2.
Pew pew.
All right. We have someone who gets to go first.
Do you want to take it again, Gar, or you want me to take it?
I don't care. I should like if I can hit him, I'll do damage. You know, I don't know.
Yeah, you just go ahead. You just go ahead. You know, hit him. I'm in short range now, so I want you to stay engaged with him. So you hit him.
Okay. Gar will once again make a swipe at him with my vibro axe.
Sure. Yeah, you hit him for 7 damage. But he has a soak of 5, so it only takes 2.
I have Pierce 2, Sunder, and Vicious 3. Do those apply?
Tell me they do for sure. Let me see. Let me see exactly if
Pierce
I can figure
2
out.
ignores 2 layers of soak, I believe, or armor.
Yes.
Sunder burns the armor away.
But I'm trying to figure out how you activate Sunder.
Yeah.
I think it might be a crit thing. I don't know. Let me look this up. Star Wars RPG Sunder.
And what does Vicious 3 mean?
Vicious 3 is if you had fleshy bits, it would do a lot for that Sunder mechanics.
Fleshy bits. Yeah, vicious is.
Sunder allows you to spend advantage to cause damage to a piece of equipment along with attacking.
I thought vicious was for like crit.
It is.
Okay.
So
Because it gives you like times.
you have 3.
I have 3 advantage. So can I, if I?
You have what? Sunder.
Is a
3
droid
or
body?
Sunder 1.
I think it's just Sunder 1 if it's just Sunder.
Yeah. You can. I'll let you cut off an arm if you do that.
Great.
Ooh, nice.
Okay. Yeah. You cut off an arm.
And piercing lets you go through armor.
It falls to the ground, and the droid looks at you in shock.
And Gar goes, oh, now they fall off.
Let me look this one up too. Yeah, any crits you get, Vicious, what it does is any crits you get, it increases it by 10 per rank of Vicious.
Oh, so Vicious 3 would be basically
30. It'd be plus 30 to whatever the.
Yep.
You have a 30 offset.
That means that.
Wait,
the
if you
higher
did a
chance
crit
of...
with that, it does 30 damage?
No.
No,
It's 3 times
It's the
crit.
dice
so,
roll.
So you're more likely to do something more lethal. So the higher the number is on the critical scale, the more lethal the critical is.
So
And
if
every
you
time
notice,
someone
like,
takes crits, it like increases the multiplier. And
Yeah.
you normally you start out at 0, and then you add 10 to the
1,
next
like-
crit and 10 to the next crit. This is saying you start at 30 no matter what,
correct.
and it like can really kill you could kill a person right off the bat.
I built a
Okay.
character, Davis, that did like 7 times every single time. Because like the way that her talent tree, like I went down the talent tree for all vicious stuff, and then also had a weapon that had vicious. It was crazy.
Yeah.
But she was a droid, but it was
Yeah.
pretty crazy.
So you cut off his arm. The droid, in response, angrily flexes his other arm, and his back opens and steam extends from it, and the armor around his arm begins to sort of like open and expand, and the gears and turbines underneath it begin to move faster. He has unlocked his real damage skill, and he goes to punch you, Gar, and this time he will do so with the full might of his brawn talent as well. He goes to swing at you since you are still in melee range. And totally misses, so it doesn't matter. Never mind. Totally misses.
Yes.
Okay. I was like,
5 advantage.
What skills do I have that can help this? Okay.
Totally misses.
Look how many dice that thing has too.
It is your turn.
The likelihood of you not succeeding,
So
Jesse,
I'm
is
aware.
crazy.
I'm aware, Maggie.
Hold
I'm
on.
aware.
That's
There use the
crazy.
dark side point.
there have been blue dyes added to everything. I want to make sure that we're making sure we're keeping track of that because I've just noticed blue dyes.
Oh,
have been
yeah.
on
Oh yeah, he
everything
said
and
he
I
was going to
didn't
give
know
himself
they
blue
were in
die because he had advantage.
But he
He
can't
can't.
because of the crit, the boost.
Oh.
No,
yeah.
it was the crit was one turn. It was on the next turn.
Oh, okay. That's fair.
Um,
That's fair. All right.
There's no
wait.
blue die now though.
Okay. All right. Well, you're gonna add a blue die because I'm gonna aim.
It's
Okay.
it's no the scattered senses is remove all boost dice from all skill checks until the
during
end of
the
the encounter.
Yeah.
Oh.
The
well,
other stuff is
Well, it was
he
a
still
blank
missed.
anyway.
I thought
so...
I thought it was for the round. Well, he's
yeah,
still missed.
just to add insult to injury, we're also taking your dice away.
Cool. Thank you. So excited.
So I'm gonna aim, so I have a blue die, and I'm gonna shoot this guy again, and I'm
Great.
like, oh crap,
I'm going to use a dark side point for this.
cool.
Makes sense.
Use dark side, upgrade. Let's see what happens.
All right, so I'm shooting this guy. You have it all set. We're good.
It's all set. Damn.
4.
Yeah, you shoot him
I crit
right through
again.
the chest, and a scorching hole appears as he crumples and falls to the floor.
Is that another crit too?
Yeah.
It would have been.
But,
I mean,
but
it's
he's
dead.
dead.
You
so
murdered
doesn't
it.
Matter.
It's gone.
Oh yeah, I guess.
Well, that worked out. Now,
Would have been
Never
nice
did
if
any-
you would have hit him a bit more and chopped off more of his limbs there, Gar. But you know, it's fine.
He's got armor plating.
Yeah, my blaster seemed to take
does
care
he
of
have
it.
like a card or something on him to get into the room? No.
There is no card on him, no.
Okay. Does he? I don't know how he would get in.
Gar, maybe you want to take that arm as safekeepings. Maybe you can throw it at somebody.
You know, if I did, I would have a +1 to damage because of my skill.
Does it seem like we can get in through the door, or
we just
is
try
it
opening the
locked or
door?
something?
You haven't even tried.
That's what I'm saying. Can we, that's what I'm asking. Can I try to like get through the door?
I don't know. Give me a roll. What are you going to try to use to get in?
I'm just gonna try to open the door.
Try
Is
and
what I'm
open
saying.
it.
Okay, yeah.
It's
You
not
walk up
open.
to the door and it doesn't just open.
Okay. Sure how to get it.
Well, this should be fun.
I use the key card to see if that works.
It does not. It goes. Bum, bum.
Well, this isn't giving us access. I looked to the other two, like, are you gonna just, can you just break this?
Does anybody have any kind of mechanics or any kind of?
Your mechanics is you're gonna stab this thing and break it.
I will try to computers check this door.
I'm down
Yeah.
to try and strong arm it.
You know, there's like in all Star Wars, there's a panel next to the door.
And you
see if
stab it.
See if you can slice through it.
I'm going to use that light side point that we just got for this.
Great. I'll upgrade your roll.
Thank you. And voila.
Oh,
Yeah.
nice.
You, to quote whatever that dude's name is, BJ, JB, whatever his name is in Rise, Force Awakens. or
DJ,
whatever.
blippity
Yeah,
bloppity
DJ.
bloop.
Yeah, blippity bloppity bloop. And The Last Jedi, he does his blippity bloppity bloop, and in seconds the door just opens.
What
I
you
think
guys
Sin-
hear while he's messing with the computer is whistling, like quietly coming out of his helmet. Just
Sincere, whenever you do that, is like, well, you just fill the surprises. And then she is going to kind of motion for Gar to go in first because he's tanky. I'm not.
Gar will look at Quill and go, I don't like you, but I don't dislike you. And then he walks in.
It's like love. Yeah, that's
It's good. He hates this kid because he's like kind of a little shitlord, but he like keeps kind of succeeding well. And so he's like begrudgingly like, damn. All right.
Yeah, Gar, as you enter, your extra sensory perception immediately detects the scent of like a scorchy, burnt smell, and
Uh-oh, someone's
The-
home cooking.
the lingering scent of some sort of rot, perhaps.
You.
Would it smell kind of like a charred dead corpse? Is that what
You
is that what you're
definitely
hinting at?
get that vibe. I mean, You could roll perception check to see if that's exactly what that is, but
He follows his nose.
Weirdly,
Roll.
I'd be following
No,
my
it's-
ultra sensory perception thing, but yeah. Is the okay?
Dang.
Triumph.
One success, a triumph, and then you take a strain. Or Jesse has a threat.
give me your you succeed, but what's your triumph?
For these kind of things, like, can I know exactly what I'm smelling? Like,
I have an
Yeah.
idea. If there's anything else you can sense in the room, that would be my go-to for the triumph.
Perception.
Something that's being masked by that smell.
Yeah.
It's usually you notice something useful and you gain a plus a blue die on that interaction in the future.
okay, yeah, can I do
Okay.
that? Just
Yeah,
perceive really
so
well.
you immediately recognize that this is the stench of a blaster wound, and it's been lingering for a while. So whatever or whoever was killed has been dead for some time. But obviously the Star Wars equivalent of air conditioning hasn't been turned on, so there's no flow of air to remove the lingering sort of smoky smell of that blaster wound.
Do
Yeah,
I
I think-
know?
yeah,
do I know
sorry.
that it's because we saw when he arrived at the penthouse?
Yes.
Does it smell like it's that fresh, or like it's
No.
days old?
It smells like it's at least several hours old.
Ithono would know exactly
Okay.
the precise amount of time it's been dead. If only we
Probably,
had
yeah.
If
If you had a doctor there, you could definitely
Um,
tell.
How do I net
On my
recognize
way,
the
I'm
person?
just
Or are they
strolling.
like too burnt?
You haven't even seen this person
Oh,
yet.
we're not. We
Yeah,
can't
we're
get
just
there.
talking
We can't
smell.
walk
Gar,
over to it.
you sensory perceive that there is a person pacing back and forth nearby as well.
In the room?
Yes.
Okay. And that's everything I've perceived?
That's all you perceive. You don't hear any droids or anything inside with him.
Okay.
The only steps you hear are those.
I'm gonna, I guess, then draw, because it's like, if it's something like Dash, I don't want to just attack them, right? We don't want to just like go in guns blazing.
Could just tell
Necessarily.
your other
Yeah, do you let us
comrades,
know?
too. Yeah.
Well, like coming into this dude's like penthouse apartment and smelling old corpse or like old wound is like, okay, something is not on the up and up. So can I instead just like ready my carbine just to be ready in case things go?
Yeah, you would roll cool if something went down. Yeah, you're ready.
Yeah. Are you gonna?
Or
let us?
actually, I don't want to be cool. It's just weird because again, I'm worse off if I'm ready than if I'm unexpected. But
Yeah, that's the one thing I don't understand about that is that you should just be able to use the higher of the two. That's my opinion, but it just feels weird to be better at vigilance than cool.
Well, then you gotta put more points into cool.
Gotta be cooler.
I'm better at cool
Okay.
than I am at vigilance.
and then this person is in the room.
I mean, around the corner. They're in a room in this apartment complex.
Okay.
You're in the foyer, if you will.
Then I'd like, with my weapon drawn, to just like slowly, tactically, sort of try to move into position where I can see this person.
Yeah. You turn the corner. I assume the other three are behind you as
Yeah,
you
do you
lead
let us?
in.
Or,
Other,
Yeah, I would
Two.
hope you would like whisper us or something.
That's what I meant.
yeah, are you gonna whisper to let us know, like? What you...
I'm gonna. I mean, like, I don't know it exactly, but because this guy's supposed to be a badass military guy, just he's gonna do cool hand signals.
like
Okay.
two.
Like, basically, like
quiet?
the thing of like quiet. I see a guy. Like,
so
I'll
it's-
probably
it's-
like finger at Quill to be like
Yeah.
like
I
follow
imagine
me.
Quill knows exactly
Well-
what you're saying. I don't know anything, but
Well,
I'm
and
like, sure.
and Quill's a fighter, so I'm motioning
Yeah.
Quill to follow with me with a gun. Like, you know, I don't know. I know in movies the guys do cool stuff with their hands. That's what I'm trying to do. It sounds less
I
cool
know
now
what
that
you're
I'm
getting at.
literally
I know what you're
explaining
getting at.
it.
I know some
No,
of these hand
I
signals.
know what
You're-
you're
I've
saying.
ruined
Yeah,
the
you're like,
moment, but
it's
you
like
know
the,
what I'm
it's
saying.
like the whole.
I'm,
It's
oh,
like
I'm
the
on.
point.
So Quill would be like, yeah, okay, real quietly,
Yeah.
and just be like, there, and just like, he's quietly muttering to himself, like, what the hell is this? Like, but you want to hear it. It's like contained in the helmet.
Sure. Gar, you turn the corner and you see on the floor a container that looks very similar to, like, I don't know, something that might make ice cream.
I hate you.
And
It's a Camtano.
and next to it is the dead, shot point blank range in the head, Marcus Singh. And standing at the window, pacing back and forth.
Do we know Marcus Singh?
Yes, we do.
The guy who took the
Beskar.
Beskar from Dash.
Yeah, Marcus Singh was killed by this
Oh
guy,
yeah,
evidently.
I forgot about him because it's like he doesn't have the best car. It's like, oh, screw him then, whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
and standing at the window, staring out, pacing back and forth, holding a bottle of some sort of Corellian champagne and guzzling it as fast as he can, is Thandevin. And he pauses and looks at you and says, "So, you're the ones to do the deed then?"
Gar's gonna just he's holding a bottle.
Yeah.
Gar's gonna be like, drop the bottle.
Thandevin places it down and he's like, "Just make it quick."
Where's the Beskar?
Thandevin laughs at you. He's like, "They didn't tell you, did they?"
Didn't tell us what.
He points to the ice cream maker.
Quill will walk up and grab it with his blaster
I'll cover
aimed at
Quill.
this guy.
Yeah, you lift it. It's very heavy.
What? Seems pretty heavy to have something in it.
He's like, he smiles and slumps down in the chair. And he's like, "We were all fools. Utter fools."
Open it.
Yes, I would check what inside.
I mean, Quill will open it if he can.
Yeah, you press to open it and the sides collapse and dark rocks fall out of it.
Perception check or no?
I mean, yeah.
do we
if you
know
want
that
to.
that's Beskar?
No, but Beskar would be.
Oh, we would.
Like, do we
I
know what
know-
it is? That's what I'm saying.
That's what I'm
We don't
sure.
know
Yeah.
what the rocks are, but we know it's not Beskar.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Right.
saying. Like, do we know what it is?
Yeah, give me a perception check.
Do we need perception check?
I mean, if you want to.
Would it be like knowledge or something? Like,
Yeah, Gar, you not only recognize these as just stupid rocks, but you also recognize them as being rocks taken from Sullust.
Like if, I mean, you can take this, Gar. Sorry, I didn't roll.
I mean, okay. He would just turn to his comrades, gun still aimed at Thandevin, and be like, "We got played."
How do we know you're not lying to us?
yeah, can I tell like if he's lying? And he says, "We all got played."
Give me some sort of insight check.
I guess that's just perception, right?
I mean, perception would be like what you see on him, but you can, I don't know, maybe.
I mean, I'm good at deception. Can I roll deception to know his deception tactics?
I think the only person who could possibly get away with that would be Maggie, because she sat down and played with him, so she understands sort of what's going on with him. You've never actually met this man before.
I'll roll that if I'm allowed to. Then
Go for it.
you have the difficulty set.
You're good.
I guess the only other thing I can think is streetwise.
I rolled. Oh, it just lagged. No.
Yeah, you can't tell.
I don't know.
Just like at the
Nothing.
table, you couldn't read this guy.
I mean, I guess mine would just be perception, so I'm gonna roll perception.
Yeah. Here's the thing. You recognize that he is shook. Like, there's something wrong, and he was obviously duped like everyone else. And he
So
he
who?
looks back. Sorry.
Or go ahead. He looks
Oh,
back.
I was
No,
gonna, I was
he
gonna
just looks back up
respond
at
for
the three of you.
I was gonna simply say, if Maggie, you can go ahead before me because you had something.
No, go for it. It was
Okay.
you had a perception check, so I'll talk.
I'm just
after
gonna
you.
say, you were expecting somebody. perhaps we might have trouble heading our way. We might want to.
Yeah,
Perhaps
he laughs and he's like, well, I'm expecting a lot of people actually. Perhaps the Pikes or perhaps the Huts or Crimson Dawn and he points to you, Son, and he's like, the Black Sun? Figured when you arrived you were working for them, eh?
She looks at him and says, "Who has the best scar? If you're not the one that has it."
He's like, I don't know. I
Then
don't
you're
know.
not- Then you're not useful to us, and she's just gonna shoot him in the head.
Yeah.
Well,
Oh
If
my
you-
god! I swear to God, if you just killed this guy, Quill's gonna
I
be
need you. I
pissed.
mean, he's still gonna. He's like, you know, he's still.
I'm gonna burst
has
in
da-
like, wait, we need the head.
He still has like, you know, armor and shit. But okay, like a soak. Yeah, give me your roll. Give me your attack roll.
I would give
One
her
success.
at least 2 blue. I was gonna say
Yeah,
2 blue before she rolled if you were prepped for it. But
Yeah, you
Oh, yeah.
shoot him. It
I
doesn't
think I can
kill
roll
him,
2 blue separate.
but you do. Where is his character sheet?
Oh wait, that gave me.
no,
That didn't actually work.
it's fine. You rolled as it was, so I was saying you'd have 2 blue if you actually took your time to aim. But
Yeah.
Yeah,
You
definitely
shoot
would've.
him for 5 damage, and he takes the shot and like slumps down, and he's like, just finish it.
Quill's actually gonna turn to Sun and say, he might have information in use nonetheless. He could be a
Alright,
pawn.
then. Go ahead. What would you like to know?
I'm just still upset that you shot him without allowing us to do this. Come with us. Let's get out of here.
Allowing you to do what? He just said he has no information on where the Beskar is. We don't want him to be mouthing around saying we're here.
Well, he's best with us then, and not necessarily dead.
All right,
What use
then.
is he?
She'll walk over and she
Besides
will,
that, we don't even have Ithona with
She will
us.
use her
I
binders.
mean, he's like bleeding on his couch right
Yeah,
now.
she'll use her binders to bind him because I have a pair of binders.
Sure.
And
Yeah.
you guys can we can take him as our prisoner, I guess.
Yeah. He you bind him and he squirms and he's like literally leaking on
I'm
the
gonna-
floor.
I'm gonna do that as
Blood
simple as I
trickling
can.
down his leg from where you shot him in the gut.
It's just a flesh wound. You're fine.
And he's like, just leave me. Just
Uh,
let me die. It's
Well,
better
my
than
friend thinks
this.
that you're still valuable, so
where's our friend? Son. Perhaps we would have thought about that first.
I'm pretty sure we know where he's at.
I do have an emergency med pack, so can I stabilize him?
How well trained are you in medicine? If you give me that med pack, I could try and stabilize.
Is it a brawn check?
It's
Because
an int
otherwise,
check. It's an int
not
check.
otherwise
I have-
not great.
All right, then you would give me the med pack, and I would stabilize his like.
I was just
cauterize
gonna
his
throw
wound
it at him.
if I can.
You stabilize it, please.
To roll a medicine check.
All right. Yeah. Roll a medicine check.
Oh,
You cannot. It
I mean,
is. He was not prepared.
the big fail.
She
4
shot
fails.
him with the intention of shooting him in the head. This guy will bleed out. He will eventually die. He looks at you all and says, don't try to save me. You should be trying to save yourselves. You're fools for staying here.
See, even he knows we need to get out of here.
Yeah, save your
Who-
binders, get him back. Where's Ithona?
I mean, Gar also wants to be like, if you don't know who has it, who do you think played you? Like, do you have any guesses? We need like any information you
We
have
just
now.
named off like a shit ton of people, and they are all
Yeah.
scary people.
Like this guy is connected. I feel like he's got more info. If he doesn't know exactly who has it, like trying to figure out who he thinks has it or who gains the most from it.
Yeah.
Because right now they think that he had it and we were sent after him. So
Ooh,
when
I will
he's
add
dead,
on-
because you killed him, they're gonna think we have it.
To add on to what Gar said, maybe this is like a coercion roll, I don't know. She kind of like leans in and like pulls up his head, and as she takes the binders off of him, because Quill just told me to take the binders off, so I did. Sure, I'll keep
Might
my
as well
binders.
keep him.
Yeah. She lifts up his head and says, "Well, You want to get revenge, at least for the last thing you do with your life. Perhaps you answer what my friend here.
Give me a coercion check.
2 and a triumph.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll take the
yeah,
swing.
you succeed in coercing him. What's the triumph do?
He gives us extra information on who he thinks might have the
Right.
like specifically who he thinks might have it.
Yeah. Yeah.
And where they might be or
Yeah.
something like that.
He does not know who might have it, but he will tell you this.
And where Ith is.
He
Those two things.
he says to you, well, he will answer your question earlier about Ith. He says, I left him in the office. He's not harmed. He's totally useless, but not harmed. And then he grabs you, Gar, and he says, you need to go. None of you understand. I didn't want the Beskar to pay the Hutts off to leave Nar'Shadaa, pay the Empire off to leave Nar'Shadaa alone. The Beskar was for the Empire to take me to safety. You don't understand. Things have changed. The Hutts, the Black Sun, Crimson Dawn, the Pikes, they all work together now. There's someone in charge. Someone far worse than the Empire. You need to know this. I wanted out. The Beskar was my way.
Who is this one person?
And he grimaces and he says, my office. The clues were in my office. And he crumples and falls to the ground.
Does he have like a key on him or something for his vehicle?
He does, but outside are 5 droids standing guard outside on the deck.
I am not in a hurry to fight 5 droids.
Go out the way we came up then.
Yeah. Does he have any money on him or just?
No, he has no funds or anything on him. He has the key card to his shuttle though, for sure.
Take the key card.
Yep.
And I hand it to Quill.
Gar's gonna walk over to the bottle he put down, let out a deep sigh, take a swig, and be like, "We got to get out of here now."
She nods and follows.
And he's
Take
gonna
the-
carry the bottle with him.
Quill's going to tell you this. If people are after him, perhaps I lead them off the trail and ditch the car somewhere else so they think he went that way. You guys take the way down, get to the ship. I'll meet you there.
But don't you have to go through droids to get to it?
Do.
Is that you gonna do that?
I'm just going to run through him.
Bless your sweet soul.
He's gonna dodge, like Matrix style.
That was
Oh,
my
yeah.
plan, unless you
Oh,
guys
yeah.
want to hop in the car with me and I can drop you at the ship.
I mean, I want to get Ith, but
The problem is that running the unless we take his corpse, there's not just driving the car off isn't gonna do it.
If they know it's his car and those people are coming, they might think it's just him. That's what I'm saying. The other option is it's just a quicker way to try and get to where Ith is, and we might be able to just land there easily because
that's what I was thinking.
car. So
I'm just concerned about going through a bunch of droids, but you think if we just
book it,
it's ballsy.
I can't book it. I agree that you could book it. I am not, and I am a lanky socialite.
Based on the layout, because can we see outside from where we are, Jesse?
Yeah.
Is it one of those things where the way they're positioned, if we just go for it, does it feel reasonable that we could get there?
You could get into it, but there are 5 droids that are outside that would be trying to stop you from taking off.
Well, if it's a speeder, can they do anything? Weren't you saying
mean,
that to go
you have-
from a person to a ship, wouldn't if we got in and closed the door, are we not
Well, I mean, it's
pretty well
just like
fortified?
every other speeder in Star Wars. It's not like, a giant tank thing. It's not like a shuttlecraft. It's like
Is it an open air speeder or like a?
No, it's closed, but it's not It's not a
It's like a transport ship, like a small
yeah. It doesn't count as a
planetary
you know, like
transport.
the difference between like player to player combat and then ship to ship and like
Yeah.
capital ship to capital ship. It still qualifies as like they can shoot the speeder because it's literally just a speeder craft with no weapons, right? It's
Well-
not like designed for combat.
It's like a
But
They
all
can, like,
these guys
blow
were
this thing
just
up with
trying
all
to
of you in
punch
it.
us, so
Yeah, I mean, well, that's the one guy didn't have weapons. You have no idea what the people outside have.
I still Gar still thinks the best way
Well,
is
Gar
to just
might, because Gar rolled that really
yeah, that
well
that
triumph
scope,
like
yeah.
a while ago. He knew what the droids had.
Sure, but a droid's gun most likely is in its body, not
Okay,
like
fair enough.
holding a gun.
Fair enough.
Yeah, down on the floor, the crumpled, barely breathing Thendevin looks up at the three of you and says, "Who sent you? Who was it?"
Dash Brand.
He like cackles and he says, "Of course," and then he dies.
Awesome.
Yeah, Cole's just like, guys.
are there any blasters lying around?
Cole's gonna look on the other dude's dead body, the rotting corpse.
Also,
Yeah,
See if there's any clues there.
Sincere gives Quill like a look. Like, why would you give up the name?
This guy
He's dead.
is
People
the
can
Marcus,
go into your memories and
yeah, Marcus
like
is
I didn't know that.
he's like a businessman kind of guy, but like a skeezy one. He has no weapons on him. He has sort of a Star Warsy version of a suit, but you know, he's been lying there for several hours, at least from what you can tell. He's not like rotting, but he is kind of starting to stink.
can we tell who he is?
I mean, you can tell it's Marcus Singh. Like, it's definitely the dude that they told you to find.
It is Marcus Singh.
I'm just looking for clues on him that could possibly show us where maybe he hid the Beskar, or if it was always in that.
I'll
that
take pictures of both of the bodies.
Sure, yeah. You
Ooh, pictures of
cannot
both bodies,
tell.
okay.
That's. I mean, give me a perception check. Let's see what you can tell.
All right, I got you.
I'll scan them with my my Holo Messenger. Can I scan
Nothing.
them so there's like a
Can't tell
3D
anything.
of them?
Yeah, you can scan them if you want.
I pass a blue die to the next check.
Yeah, you begin to scan these dead bodies. Yeah. What else do you want to do? I mean,
We need to get out here.
you have
and
two
get
dead
F.
people in this room, both connected with Beskar.
I think we're leaving.
Yeah, if there was an extra blaster, I'd love to at least stage a body to look like I don't know.
Go for it. Stage.
There's
There's
no extra.
There's no
block.
extra blaster though, so
I see.
Yeah, there's no way to stage anything.
then I'm trying to figure out, like, is it best to hide, like, I don't know, take and try to dispose of Thandevin's body somewhere so that at least people are still on his trail and not
Not
on
a
ours?
bad idea.
Because if they see that he's dead, they're just gonna go, like, they know that we're connected to this, so now we're the next.
You could bring the
people that
body
they're
into
gonna-
the vehicle with you guys.
Yeah. If we
I'm
went
still
for-
not so sold on running into a ship that will offer us actually no protection from 5 droids.
That's what I'm thinking too. I thought it was a different type of shit.
If it was like a starship and then we, like, all we have to do is make it there and close
Let's
the door.
go back downstairs.
Yeah. Let's
Yeah.
just take the elevator.
Yeah.
Okay. Can we at least wrap up the wound so that it's not leaking on us?
Oh,
we have
is there
that
like
level of ability?
a drink cart or something like in this room? Like this is a
yeah,
fancy.
yeah, it's like, you know, one of those fancy drink
Yeah,
carts.
put
that
him in the drink cart.
alcohol's
Put a
on it.
blanket over, like a tablecloth over it.
Sure.
Go for it.
Okay.
We load the body on the drink cart and cover it with a tablecloth.
Right.
And-
Yeah. The tablecloth starts to stain a little red, but
I was gonna say I put a tent between his wound and him and the tablecloth.
okay, yeah,
with
it
the
does not
bottle.
stain red at all. And you begin to wheel it out the front entrance. As you reach the elevator, we cut back to our sweet boy Thuna, who is
Little
just
sailor Ith.
outside in front of a
so
casino.
I forgot until after my scene, but this whole time, everything that Athona's done has been in a tiny sailor outfit,
Yep.
including calling
Yes.
the pikes.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah. Tiny cute sailor outfit. I
Yep.
love it.
You are now on a wanted
Justice.
screen in the Pikes as a little tiny stone-faced man in a sailor outfit. Yes.
so cute.
Honestly, that's good because if you just get rid of that outfit,
I could
90%
just
of who you
just
are,
look
yeah.
like any old post mess, and they won't know.
just draw a little mustache or something.
Yeah,
on your
you see yourself
faceplate.
out in front of this like you walk out of the casino and
Yeah, I just strut my way out the front door. Nobody stopped me. This is great.
Yeah.
And I'm just heading to meet up with the others. I don't know where they are. I guess I'm gonna head to the ship and see if I
Oh my
find
god,
them
we're
there.
gonna get back to the ship and we're gonna think we're gonna need to drive the ship to like the top of this building. He's
Well,
just
he
sitting
didn't
there.
he didn't take his communicator.
No.
He can't
I have a
use it.
communicator.
He
You
can't
could
use
you
it.
could call it. You could call me, but I wouldn't be able to answer apart from like turn it off and on and just be like.
Yeah, it's not.
So if you like.
Yeah.
We gotta come up with a code word for him, or a
Um,
code.
Maybe just a recorded message.
Yeah, we got to invent Morse.
you're like by yourself. You do not have a speeder with you. How do you
There's
get
a
back to the platform?
Oh, is it a long way?
It's a floating aerial platform. Like
Oh,
a
it's
little ways
literally you
away.
can't get to it unless you have some kind of.
You have credits. You could get in a cab or something. A little taxi.
You could.
I mean, how much money do I have? Where is it?
50
I have,
credits.
I
you
have
said.
50 credits. Does 50
That's enough.
credits get me an Uber?
Yeah.
A space
It
Uber?
does, of course.
You don't
yes.
need 50 credits to get it.
You take a sky taxi back to the platform, and when you
So it's like,
arrive,
we got a ship. That's where I know. I'm gonna go to the ship. Maybe they're at the ship. I'm just gonna
How much
call.
is like a little taxi ride on a
I feel like
little
we should
scooter?
roll like a D20 and that's the amount.
you know what? I'm down for that. How much does it take you to get back?
D20. 20's a lot.
12
12.
credits.
Jesus.
It's no shit.
Expensive.
Like I'm probably being like conned out of all my money
100.
by
Yeah.
this guy.
It takes
an
12
expensive
credits
check.
to get back, even though it clearly doesn't seem. Maybe he's taking the long way. So
Maybe it's
while
a fancy ride.
while everyone
Or
else
you
gets
Doesn't
get
care.
hassled.
He just wants to get back to the
He
ship.
had to
The
order
ship
a
is
limo.
safe.
All the cheap taxis were taken care of.
It's a
because of
fancy.
Yeah.
It's a
casino.
fancy. Like it's a really comfy ride.
while the group of you are in a fight with a droid and checking out a dead body and stuff, it keeps cutting back to just him stuck in a taxi.
Because he
Like,
required a person and he couldn't take a droid taxi. That's why it cost so much.
Yeah.
Oh, it's too funny.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
get
The
back-
automated ones came by and I waved him and like, where to? And I'm like,
yeah, you couldn't. You're right. You couldn't do it. You arrive back at the platform, and as soon as you step out of the taxi cab, you notice that there's someone on the platform.
can I like perceive? Do they presumably see me coming because I arrive? in
Yeah,
a
they're
taxi.
hiding in the shadows.
Oh yeah. I'll attempt to identify them while pretending that I don't know they're there.
Give me a perception check.
I knew that was gonna happen.
Disadvantage. Why am I so bad at perception? It's like two
Does it
Yeah,
take
dice.
two
It's not enough.
strain?
You can't see who it is,
I only take one
And-
strain.
Oh yeah, you only take one.
and he whispers, "What are you doing here?"
Now, do I know who
Be
it is
honest.
from the voice?
Yeah, I think you can. He's just hiding in the shadows.
Is it Dash?
It is totally Dash.
Oh, Dash.
That boy loves the shadows.
Does.
Hi, Dash.
Where are the
You
others?
lied to us, and now you are almost certainly gonna die, and I'm probably also gonna die.
Yeah, and he like smiles and comes out of the shadows and he says, "Listen, kid, everyone's trying to kill me. This is just another day in paradise." And he kind of like points around to Nar'Shadaa.
Let me check. Were the Pikes trying to kill you before, or is that a new one? Because they are now.
Yeah, he smiles and he's like, "Hey, I told y'all to call me whenever you found the stash. But I think it's pretty obvious by now, kid. They're not gonna find anything."
He doesn't have the best car?
No, sorry about this. I had to keep everyone on a wild goose chase for a while. No, I took the best guy.
You had it this whole time?
Well, I mean, I don't have it. I have a friend, see, who, well, she needed it. Something about sacred honor or some nonsense. So I gave it to her. Look, I'm not a bad guy. I just happen to do bad things for good people.
So this whole mission was just to make people think that the Beskar was somewhere else, to keep the scent off this other person?
Well, look, when you run in circles I do, you have to cover your tracks. I'm sorry that you're
Definitely
caught
been
up
some
in
running
this
in
now.
circles.
Well, I told you to call me. Figured I could explain myself, make things right, but you know, it's sometimes doing good in the galaxy requires you be a little naughty. I said I needed to hire 4 people I could trust, 4 of the best. You were those 4. Not because you're amazing gunslingers or tough doctors, whatever it is you do. It's because you're good people at your core. I figured I could trust you.
Well, the problem is I figured I could trust you as well, so I assumed that the Pikes were expecting Beskar from you. And I told them directly
Well, that's
to
the
try and
problem,
get some
man.
help.
Yeah, he looks at him and he says, there is no Pikes or Shadow Collective. What? There is no Pikes or Black Sun or any of that anymore. They got something called the Shadow Collective. It's bigger, it's badder, and frankly, I don't want a part of it. And no one in this galaxy should. So, I took their Beskar, and I gave it to people who could use it.
Okay. Do you have a plan for getting here?
He looks at me, he's like, I've got a plan. And if you stick with me, maybe I can help you.
I look around. Do you know where the others are?
That I don't know. And we cut back to the 3 of you coming down the elevator. And as you do, the door opens to the first floor, and you wheel the cart out. And behind the counter is the smoldering corpse of the Rhodian. And on the floor nearby are 2 badly destroyed droids. And as you walk together, you see 4 very familiar faces. Guns drawn. And one of them says, well, well, payback time. And that is where we end for today.
Nice. Love it. All right. Well,
God damn it.
I knew
Played
they
us
were
like a
gonna come
damn
back.
fiddle.
Gonna be 4v3 now, but I will say at least I am full strain and full wound right now. You're muted.
Uh-oh,
Davis.
Davis, you're muted.
Muted Davis.
Oh, I'm like, oh, we absolutely have options.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
We're right. We're in an elevator. Go the hell back up. Alert the other droids. Have them fight each other.
Oh yeah,
Yep,
the classic
yep.
door
Go
opens.
Let's
back
do
up.
what we were doing. This is what we wanted anyways. Let's do a little havoc.
Close doors, close doors.
Or we just kill
Or-
him.
The droids, if we run out with his body, like, they killed him. What, like, we get the
Yeah.
droids to go fight them. We get on the
Maybe.
ship. We get the hell out of there.
Maybe.
All we have to
Maybe.
do is down to rolls. It all comes down to rolls, baby.
It all comes
We
down
could
to the
try.
rolls.
We could try.
I'm not worried.
I mean,
Okay.
I have 2 yellow in deception. I'm sure Maggie's character is better than that. So
Right. Well, we'll see how that goes. Thank you so much to everyone who tuned in. We really appreciate it. We hope you had fun and you are enjoying the story. Next week is our finale episode of the Star Wars the Nar'Shadaa Shuffle, so definitely tune in to that. Next Saturday we also have our Santa RPG, which is a made RPG homebrew that I've created. We'll be announcing our cast throughout the week, so stay tuned for that. That will be taking place December 19th from 10 a.m. PT to 6 p.m. GMT. And of course, we also have our Hodges sheet up if you're interested in that, if you're one of the VTM viewers, as well as our November recap and kind of end of the year like behind the scenes admin work if you're interested in how Roll For It works and what we do and our plans for the future. And of course, our Star Wars sheets are already up on the Patreon if you'd like to check those out. Perhaps you'll see some updates to those sheets next week whenever we have our grand finale. And or we all die, who knows. We also have our Ascension guest sheets coming up, as well as our holiday surprise. So if you are a patron, definitely go fill out the holiday surprise goodies so that we can ship that to you. And I think that's all for announcements. We're going to go around and let everybody know where you can find them at, and I will check if we had any tips. Starting with our wonderful game master, Jesse Cox. Where can people find you at when you are not tormenting us?
Goodness, hey, if you want to find my nonsense, by all means, just, follow me on Twitter. It's mostly where I do my nonsensory, or YouTube, Jesse Cox. Or on Twitch, Jesse Cox. Those are, pretty easy to find. And I do all sorts of nonsense. And if you want to see the single greatest player of Cyberpunk in the history of video games, all I'm saying is I'm hacking that game in ways that I don't think anybody else is doing.
Are you making your character look like you so that when you meet you in game?
No, I made a promise to myself that every time I play an open world game, I don't know why this happened, but recently, every time I make a character that I think is going to end up looking like a badass, it just looks like character actor Walton Goggins. And I don't know why. I try to make it look like, and so I just have given into the fact that now all my open world like character creation things are just Walton Goggins. And so it's Walton Goggins in Cyberpunk as a corpo total asshole who is amazing. But I realized that because I wanted to go hacking as my main thing, the world, oh my God. I don't have any gun skills, but I'm very cool and I can hack. And I went
that route too.
Holy crap. I'm seeing things I didn't think were possible in video games. I was like, did I just break this NPC? And he's like, I guess I won't kill you now. I'm like, is there any code for this? There was a scene where it was like, talk to this guy. And he wouldn't talk to me because I think no one has ever done it. I was like, did I break this game? And so, yeah, that's where I'm at. Mentally, is I think I'm the greatest hacker who ever lived on planet Earth, and I want everyone to know that hack the planet. I'm in. I'm so good at it. So
awesome. I'm moving on to Gar, played by Davis at Team Davis. Where can people find you at when you are not just ripping robots' arms off casually?
Slicing them off.
Slicing them off.
I let the Wookiees do the ripping. Although I have a high enough bronze score that I probably could. My personal social mediums are Team Davis or Team Davis and the platform after that, depending on whether or not somebody else took that name. My main squeeze is the Warp Zone. It's a nerdy and video game sketch comedy channel that I do with my boys. It's just on YouTube and Facebook. And other than that, I do Scary Games with Jesse on his channel, and Star Wars with Jesse and one of our other buddies on podcasting things around the world. And other than that, I'm just trying to be a good man dad to my little baby Yoda, Snoopy. So
of course, moving on from there, we have a Quill, played by Apocalypto_12. Where can people find you at when you are not threatening people and convincing them that they should tell you all the things?
Well, you can find me on Twitter, Apocalypto_12, Apocalypto_12 on Twitch, where I play some games and do some fun stuff. Lately, I've been busy and not being able to stream or create videos lately because I've been doing a bunch of charity production stuff, which has been nuts the past couple of weeks. A Make-A-Wish event that involved Gordon Ramsay, and just finished out another event that had Brad Garrett and Lucy Darling and David Copperfield involved in. So I've been all over the place, busy behind the scenes and not being able to put stuff on the forefront, but
that's like
definitely
my
make
life.
sure and
I
check
feel
out. Yeah, definitely make sure you guys check out the rest of the crew here. Jesse and the Warp Zone and Davis are fantastic people. Roll For It crew, fantastic, wonderful people. Make sure you support here and support them on their individual things. Just support everyone. Everybody involved in this has been fantastic.
Of course, support our lovely friend Tyler too. got YouTube videos, got Twitch. Go follow all the things. And last but not least, we have our lovely Sailor Ithona, but played by Bentham Plays. Whenever you
Vote
are
for
not
most of the episode.
being stuck in, well, actually, you weren't even stuck. You could have just left at any point.
Yeah, it turns out I could have wanted that at any time.
When you're not in a secret lair of a baddie, what are you up to?
I've got a YouTube channel and a Twitch channel, which are unfortunately called Mangled Pork Gaming, where sometimes I do stuff and sometimes I don't. This is one of the times where I don't. Who knows? It's the 10th March of 2020, so whatever. We'll see if something might happen. Who knows? I got videos and streams that I plan, and then I don't do them. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe on Saturdays I'll get back to playing Barotrauma with the gang. We'll see.
Well, hopefully your move goes well and you can wrap that up before 2021.
It's becoming less and less likely by the second.
Oh my gosh. And of course, I'm Margaret Crone. You can find me at Margaret Crone in all of the places. It's super duper easy. I always let you know whenever I'm live. I play on a lot of variety of channels, but right here I am on Thursdays and Sundays, as well as next week I will be here Saturday. So definitely tune in, twitch.tv/roll4it, 10 a.m. PST, 6 p.m. GMT. And of course, I've been playing Cyberpunk as well. I'm a street kid though, so a little different view if you want to check that out. I'm playing on very hard mode. And of course, beyond that, I make video games for a living, and I currently work on Ashes of Creation, which is going into pre-alpha next weekend. So I'm really, really excited about that. If you want to check it out, you can check it out at Ashes of Creation in all of the places. And our tip for today is from Finley Shards, who donated $50. Thank you so much, Finley. Said another great episode. Thanks to all our cast for so many great moments during this show, and to Jesse for creating a really exciting story with wonderful twists. Really looking forward to seeing how this concludes. So definitely tune in next week for the finale episode. Do we get like a little sneak peek, Jess? No?
The after show, maybe.
Oh, okay. All right. So we're going to go record our after show. You can get access to that at patreon.com/roll4it. And of course, this will be up on YouTube at youtube.com/roll4it for your visual pleasure to rewatch or to watch it if you haven't yet. And of course, follow us in all of the places. It's super duper helpful for us. We are at Roll4it on Twitter and Facebook as well. We always let you know whenever we're live or if any goodies go up on our Patreon. And we will see you next week on Thursday for Ascension. Good loose.
Bye.